Okay, hi. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. My boyfriend decided to take the longest shower in the world for the first time in his life. But that's fine, so we can skip through commercials. So, yeah, here we go. It's the live vice presidential debate starting right now.
Most importantly, the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered.
Okay, hold on. Maybe that wasn't the very beginning. Hold on. Let's start from the very beginning.
And civil debate, the one candidate who will have each opportunity.
Thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor,
Again,
time is up. Senator Vance, the same
I don't know if
question.
he really answered
Would you
the question.
or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life.
They should have gave them an intro, to be fair. That's kind of why they're dodging the question.
In Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies and, God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become
the pandemic
one of the
broke
deadliest
out
on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then, of course, afterwards,
oh, never mind. Just a self-correction. The pandemic broke out in the last year of Donald Trump's presidency, so I guess it doesn't really count. But also, I think I personally don't attribute Donald Trump to being the cause for why no wars broke out. I personally think he just got lucky in that sense, and they're just kind of banking on that. But also, like, there wasn't technically a war going on, but we were involved, our military was involved in several operations and bombings and stuff during his presidency. But I really don't think, like, Russia was too afraid to go into Ukraine just because Donald Trump is president. I really don't attribute that to him.
To help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democrats.
Hold on, no, just real quick, because I care about this. He's right in a sense that if you care about like the planet and stuff, you will want to make things in America, but not necessarily under Donald Trump's energy policies, because he got rid of a lot of the environmental, what is it, the ETA, the EPA? I forget what the acronym is, but the environmental safety regulations and laws. He got rid of a lot of those so that it's cheaper to make things in America, because that's why it's so cheap to make things in China. Well, one of the reasons is because they don't have environmental regulations. In the USA, we do, so it costs a little bit extra, and Donald Trump is getting rid of those. So he's right. If you want to help the environment, you do want to make things here, but not under Donald Trump's policies.
Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say,
Yeah,
give
no,
me
I
money
understand
for my
that ticky-tack.
campaign,
There's
and I'll let you do whatever you want.
a lot of problems
We can be
with that.
smarter about that, and an
Wind and
all-above energy
solar.
policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The
At least for,
overwhelming consensus among
big
scientists is that
businesses.
the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis
But
at
those
the
weren't the
US-Mexico
policies.
border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Using his own words against him.
Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls
That
the
is a
purse strings
crazy
and
pink
funding.
jacket. Jesus.
So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim, and I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree, it should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
Thank you.
Senator, we have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn now to the
debate,
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and
He's
waiting
got that
for 10
like
years.
Green Day
That is
look
the
to him.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process.
laws-
We have
Kamala
so much
Harris
to get
opened up
to,
that
Senator.
pathway.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we
CBP
want to have
One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, he said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust
She's
her
not
actual
president.
Plans. Now,
What?
Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan.
This is going to be
but
their
it's
argument
also
for
a record.
every
A lot of
statement.
those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans,
Every
and they
question.
have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7.
It was funny. I was on a panel last night and somebody threw on a Make America Great hat again. And then somebody else on the panel was like, oh, can you check the tag? Where does it say that hat was manufactured? And it was China.
4 and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Wait, he just said he grew up in a household where he couldn't afford anything. And then he said, let's get back to an America that's affordable again. doesn't seem like it ever really was very affordable. I mean, I know what he's trying to say, but it like didn't really work well there.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right.
I
will
can't
say
tell.
more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world.
I
It's
can't
about
tell if
trying
that
to
meant he was
do the
there
best
during
you
that
can for your
time
community, and
or
then
not.
it's putting yourself out there and letting
did
your
a
folks
very good
understand what it is.
job of
My commitment, whether it be through
answering
teaching, which I
without
was good at,
answering.
or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you
There we go.
explain the
No,
discrepancy?
all I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016,
Okay, so I guess
you
that's a
called your
no.
running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there
Answer
listening,
the questions about the 9
infertility
months.
treatments are why I have
So
a
many
child.
people are fucking
That's
freaking out about
nobody
this for no
else's business,
reason.
but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options.
What about the woman? What about the woman like your friend who was in a violent relationship? Well, what about her? What is he talking about?
Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did, when I was running for Senate in 2022, talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more
on
of the
Vance's,
CBS News Vice President.
To Vance's point, that was a little bit of a confusing answer. I think he's trying to say that, this is how I interpreted it, that the law, hold on, there's a commercial. Let's skip through it. That essentially the law leaves it up to the physician and the mother to make the decision whether she can get abortion care up to 9 months, I guess, because, like, you know, but he didn't clarify that it was like after a certain amount of weeks it could only be done due to health complications, which is what I wish he clarified. But
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic.
I guess, like, you never know, there could be like weird cases. I don't know, maybe that's why it's so open. I'm not sure. But he definitely did not do a good job at explaining and clarifying the answer as JD Vance asked it.
The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting, and I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is, okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age
I don't think he meant to say that.
You
became friends with school shooters.
That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should
this one's
look
pretty
at all
tame.
of the issues. making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah. Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming
They
and
agreed
not trying
not
to find
to
a
fact
solution. I
check?
was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land?
I wonder
and I think
who
when people
asked
hear
that.
federal lands,
That
these are
had to
really
be
important
Vance.
pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor,
Where's
your
the study?
time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how
2 minutes is just too short to answer these questions. there's no way they can fully explain what the problem is, how it got there, blame the other side, and then tell them how they're going to fix it and what they've already done to fix it within 2 minutes and a minute rebuttal. Like, these debates, the way they're set up, they either need to be longer or they need to pick a couple main topics and just let them go and have a nice back and forth for longer than a couple minutes at a time, because this is just literally a waste of time.
Chronically ill Americans get health insurance. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything, because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is...
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time.
ahead,
We have a
Nora.
number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents, to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator,
was
do
talking about
you
this
support
today.
a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got...
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially.
He said she would rather censor people who engage in misinformation. Was that like a giant Freudian slip? Holy shit. Or did he mean to say that? I don't know.
Especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues, and that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have.
It seemed like he was trying to defend, I don't know, like the people who want to say, who are getting censored for like maybe other things. I don't know. It came off weird to me. I know misinformation is like protected, but it just didn't. It was a weird thing to say.
with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time.
It's totally
and if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater,
He
that
looks
is
pissed.
criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to
Please.
respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is,
And Red,
is
you're
I see
capping.
a
There was
candidate
more
out
than
there
three-
who refused, and now
three-
again,
or
and
there
this,
was
I'm
more than
pretty shocked
Capitol
by
police
this.
officers
He
that
lost
got
the
beaten
election.
that day.
This is not a debate. It's
that
not.
is
It's not anything anywhere other than in
oversimplification.
Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News Vice.
To minimize January 6th and all that happened and all that led up to it, to a couple of Capitol State Police getting beat up, is ridiculous. It's a charitable interpretation. BLM riots don't have to do with our election. Our presidents didn't call for the BLM riots. That's a whole social issue involved, like, where the people are involved. Not governors and the president and the Electoral Act and all this shit. Totally different.
Governor Walz, you are first. Won the vice presidential debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the
You're
folks
welcome.
who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country, and one where our politics.
How do you fund a riot?
Can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full.
Sorry, I heard a weird noise outside.
Dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm.
Okay, there we have it. Hi. So, what do you guys think? Does anybody if anybody wants to come up and discuss, let me know and I can set that up. I learned nothing. I kind of agree. I think it was actually like kind of decent in the way they were kind of able to talk about like actual issues just like a little bit because they really can't get into it based on the debate style. Okay, Red, do you have Discord or do I need to do StreamYard? I'll just do StreamYard. Hold on. Let me get it up. StreamYard. Let me see. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, like the debate style, they really can't get through much. All right, let me get a link. But they actually, like, I feel like had like a civil conversation for once, where usually it's like a lot of like it's because Trump wasn't there. But, like, that's what it was. I feel you, Tiki Tack. Okay. I'm almost done. Oops.
Oh no, he's beating me to death. I can't chase, I can't chase.
Hold on. Sorry.
This guy's just in behind. Like, how does.
Okay. Oops. All right. Here's the link. Oh wait, is that the link? No. Hold on. There we go. Shut up, Red. I'm new to OBS-ish. Hold on, I have to cut my camera here. Whoa, what just happened? Wait, what's happening? Oh, okay. Okay. Hold on, wait. Oh my god. Alright, we're almost there.
Now that fucking monkey fucked up.
Okay, that should be good enough. Oh wait. Oh my gosh, sorry.
Don't click, Chris. Drop.
Let me just do it like this. Why is the quality so bad? Anyways, okay.
Should I get a guardian? Or, yeah, good time.
The quality is just like super shitty.
Good time,
Here, you know what? Oh god.
They're outside already. Oh my god, they scared me. If one of them pushes up, I'm lifting him. One's like in our left camp. Oh, never mind, they're both in front of us.
Okay. There we go. Okay, that's better. Anyways. Sorry about that. Alright, Red, you better come up and talk shit after I went through all that. So, anyways. Yeah, so because Donald Trump wasn't there, I think they got to talk a bit more, without all the insults and like the little talking points and the fact checks and all of that stuff. Oh, I did think it was interesting that at one point Tim Walz said, I know you agreed to not do fact checks. And I was like, I thought that was very interesting. That had to have come from Vance's side, right? Okay, here he is. Thank God. Okay, hold on. Hello? You're muted. He's gone. Okay, maybe he'll come back. But yeah, I think that was probably JD Vance. Yeah, look who's the boomer now. That's what you get for talking shit.
Who is that?
Streaming is hard. Alright, let's see.
All right, you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yes, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So, what did you think?
So I agree with you. This was a more civil debate, and I think that's because we're dealing with two middle-aged white guys here. And, you know, the format of modern political debates now is really lame, in my opinion, because it's like, oh, you talk, you say whatever you want, you make a bunch of, you basically evade the question for 60 seconds, and then we mute your mic, and then the other person evades the question for 60 seconds. It's
Yep.
like I don't know where we got this muting the mic thing from. Maybe we got it from YouTube panels, but it's not how debates are supposed to happen. People are supposed to like talk to each other.
Right. And like, I do wish there was, first of all, they need to be longer. If you're going to actually be able to have like a real conversation, they need to be given more time. And I would like to see an actual back and forth, like an open format at one point where they can just like actually address each other, because they don't really get to address each other. And they, like what you said, they use a lot of their time like answering, or responding to what the last person said instead of getting to then address the actual question. So it's really a pointless format.
It's way too formal. It's like I'm watching supermodels walk across the runway with their talking points.
Does that
It would
happen?
honestly be better. I mean, metaphorically, it would honestly be better if it was like a Joe Rogan podcast type of thing where they're just sitting down talking through this shit instead
Yeah.
of whatever they've been programmed to say. Both of these guys obviously prepared a lot for this debate.
Yeah. And I like JD Vance, I guess, impressed me a little bit. I think he did pretty good. I almost kind of wish these two were the ones running. Like instead. I think Walz did kind of good, but also I feel like he was a little dodgy sometimes, or like hard to understand. I think he was a little nervous. And not because like the questions were too hard. I think he was just nervous being like on the debate stage.
Yeah, he's never been in a political position this high before.
Yeah. So I think he felt like a little under pressure and had a hard time like articulating his answers the most clearly, which I understand.
But his rhetoric was good. I actually have to credit Tim Walz for his rhetoric, even though I don't agree with all of it. I think a lot of what he said was bullshit. He delivered the message that his constituents want to hear. Whereas J.D. Vance, it seemed like it was backpedaling a lot on, like, they kept asking him questions about Trump.
Yeah.
And like, oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? He's kind of like a third string, just along for the ride.
Yeah. He was also like a little contradictory sometimes. But I guess they're both new to this. So what things do you think were bullshit from?
So this idea that gun violence, like, I'm not sure how much I can say, but like the school violence that Tim Walz kind of started referring to, that's like 0.001% of gun violence in America. 90% of gun violence in America is like drive-bys, school, drive-by shootings, gang violence in the hood type of deal. And and this is a perfectly, reasonable question, because the stereotype is that, American schools are so dangerous, they're all getting, shot up. Right. Would you rather go to a suburban school or the hood in the middle of the night and leave your car door unlocked?
So I understand what you're saying. And you're right. You're not wrong. But I think it happens often enough, and like it's the sheer unpredictability of it. Like any parent is going to be a little fearful of sending their child to school. And while it's like it is kind of like a minuscule problem, it does happen on pretty fair scale. Like you're hearing about these like at least once a month.
Well, that's the thing, you're hearing about them, right? So I if a parent is afraid to send their child to school, no matter where it may be, I understand that because of the media they've been consuming. However, I think it was Tim Walz that made a tweet about like Finland, and he was talking about, Finland has super high gun ownership. Everyone has a gun in Finland, yet they don't have these massive mass shootings. But nobody's asking the real question here, and that is, what else does Finland have?
Right. So do you know, like, do they have more regulations or background checks or age?
They have a culturally homogenous population. So most of the people in Finland are Finnish.
And you think that's the solution?
Well, that's not a solution in our case, because most, America is a melting pot, but the reason why, and this is true in Switzerland too. Did you know in Switzerland, when you turn 18, the government literally gives you a rifle, and yet they have zero mass shootings, and it's because Switzerland is a ethnically and culturally homogenous nation.
I reject this idea that has to do with the homogenous whatever shit. I think it has to do more with
No, it's not
culture.
homo.
No, I know, the homogenous, ethnical, whatever. One race, one nationality, whatever type of shit.
No, it is because take for example Brazil. Brazil has the same gun ownership rate as like Switzerland, but Brazil has like the most violent crime in the world.
I
and
think it has to
Switzerland
do
is
with.
at the bottom.
I think it has more to do with culture and like gun culture, also just our
Yeah.
culture in general, and we're not larger than Brazil, I don't think, but we're a much larger country.
No, we are.
We are bigger than Brazil, yeah. So there's that, and also like. I don't know. I don't know their government like regulations surrounding guns. Okay, we have Ticky Tack here too. I'm gonna add him as well.
But see, it doesn't matter what the government regulations on guns are. Take the city of Chicago, for example, has some of the highest gun restrictions in the nation, yet 100 people get gunned down every weekend.
Ivy sucks ass.
Hey, so I kind of partly agree with Red, but I kind of want to make some clarifications. So I do not believe that race is a necessary component in defining culture. I believe that culture can be established as a nation while including multiple races. So I don't. So I just wanted to make that clear, so we're not conflating like the
No, that's true. I
nationality
agree
of
with you.
Switzerland
Yeah.
or culture. You know,
There's plenty of cultures all across the world that are have multiracial backgrounds, yet are still culturally homogenous.
yeah, like just when we're talking about the gang violence and the minorities there, do you really think that's like the culture of that particular race? Absolutely not. It is a culture, it's gang culture in itself, and it's more about trying to bring people into what's called an American culture, which is life, liberty, freedoms.
Right, but what does that have to do with migrants?
Are we talking about the illegal immigration?
Well, if you're talking about like if it's not a race thing and it can just be like a national a homogenous thing, then that would have to you would only be excluding migrants, right?
No, not
Yes,
necessarily.
people. Well, you would and you wouldn't because you would be excluding people who do not properly assimilate
That
into your culture. So
But that
we
doesn't
can
seem to have
take
to do with the
migrants,
gun crime.
of course, and this is where the racial component comes in, which is uncomfortable to talk about. But let's say we brought in, 50,000 Japanese immigrants. I don't think those Japanese immigrants would be joining gangs. Whereas if you bring in Colombians or Haitians or, other people from areas of the world where there are gangs, you're going to see that.
There are Japanese gangs.
Yeah,
There's lots of
there's
Haitians.
But here's the thing: Yakuza is the prominent Japanese gang. They're like the
Yeah.
only real gangsters left on the world, really. But they, the Yakuza doesn't do drive-bys in the street every day and,
Yeah,
and
but
murder thousands.
I know
of
tons
Japanese
of
civilians.
Haitian
They have
people.
like a.
I knew a ton of
Me
Haitian
too.
migrants, and none of them are in gangs.
Me too.
Yeah.
Every single Haitian person I've ever met is not in a gang.
Yeah,
And
However,
that's definitely why I want to have it clear that when we're talking about culture, it doesn't necessarily include race because that's why I was trying to attribute it to gang culture, and that is the problem in
yes.
trying to assimilate people into the American culture. Yeah, it is disparagingly towards, African Americans, to be politically correct. But the thing is that that is just a culture that they grew up in and haven't really been adopted into the American lifestyle or the American culture.
Well, I think that's like almost is American culture, like at this point. Like I think a lot of the music and the media, uh, what's the word? Like makes these things look good. There's a word
Yes.
for it. Like yeah.
Yeah, well, propaganda, honestly, because a lot of the, Universal, Time Warner, Sony, big record companies that promote all this violent rap music have huge stakes in the private prison complex. But further than that, I don't think it's necessarily, the gang culture. And you could say gang culture is American. I mean, but you would also have to say, cartel culture is Mexican.
Because I wanted, sorry, like when you first brought this up with the gun stuff, they did say in the debate that guns were like the leading cause of death in teenagers. I think
A lot of it is self-deletion.
sure, but like I know even like around me, I know of a couple kids that have accidentally shot their friends by playing with their parents' guns, or just even I mean in Philly where I am, like there's tons of just kids doing these shootings that are like as young as like 14, 13 up to 17, 19. Like those are the most shootings that are happening, and we can say like it's gang related, but a lot of it isn't, and it's just kids like being kids with these access to weapons somehow. So I don't know. I think we need to focus on fixing that, I guess, instead of just writing it off as
Yeah.
like, oh, this is
Well,
a school shooting problem or something.
no one's writing it off. I think that the answer to that question, young kids getting introduced to weapons, is you teach the kids. You teach the
Yeah.
kids the importance of gun safety. You teach the kids how important, necessary, and dangerous a firearm is. And when kids learn that, and you have that open, kind of culture where they do learn that, you don't see those violent crimes. Henceforth, Switzerland.
How do you
And
feel? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
yeah,
Tequila.
and I think it's partly a responsibility of the propaganda because all the propaganda is about, anti-gun or the fight for pro-gun kind of thing, where the propaganda should really be gun education. It's like that's probably what we need to be focusing on more. It's like let's say the public health advisories or whatever that they would show on TV for like kids. If you ever find a gun, don't touch it. Tell a parent. It's like those used to be rolling on TV all the time.
No, I agree. And I think it would be best if when you went to go buy at least your first firearm or something, I think it should be mandatory to at least have some kind of gun training, or at least to like pass, to be able to like register to get a gun or whatever. I think you should have some kind of gun training.
Well, it is depending on the state. Well, in most states, and depending on what kind of gun you get.
I don't think that's true.
I would say it's about half and half
Oh,
Yeah,
when it
really?
comes to
yeah.
states. Yeah. My only issue, the thing is that in theory, that would be the ideal situation, and I'd be an advocate for a lot more education on guns. And the only issue is that I don't trust the government to implement a system and a laws to regulate that. I feel like that the government will go a little bit too far on implementing those regulations as we see out in
Exactly.
California, and
Exactly.
that's the risk that I don't want to take.
Because when you say, if you say, hey, you need to pass a driving test to get a driver's license, that makes sense, right? But if you allow the government this control to determine who or who not can buy a gun, well, who's to say the government can't look up your Facebook post and say, oh, well, you posted this anti-government thing in 2018. Now you can't have a gun.
Well, I guess I wasn't thinking of a test. I was thinking of just like you have to go to like a safety class, like even if it's just like a 1 day thing where you have to take a gun safety course.
Well, you do for handguns, at least in my state.
In my state, there is none of that, but the thing is that as you walk into a store, every single store has their own training program and CCD licensing, and they're always advertising it for you to, encouraging you to learn how to use your weapon.
And I know, like, in some places, there are people, like, as young as, I think, like, minors are able to use their, like, parents' rifles without
Yeah.
adults in the
Yeah,
area,
you're talking
like,
yeah.
in, like, free range, like,
Yep.
areas. And I know people who, like, live close to these, like, shooting areas, and they're, like, kind of, like, worried about 14-year-olds, like, 16-year-olds walking around with these rifles without adult supervision. So I think, like, I don't know, like, under 18, if you're with a gun, you should have to be accompanied by an adult.
Well, dude, that doesn't really matter because these states that you're talking about are like game states where there's a bunch of deer, there's a lot of countryside. And yeah, the government's like, yeah, we're not going to punish 16-year-olds for chilling out in the woods with your dad's rifle. However, in these cases where there are, violence committed against other people, most of it is purchased illegally. So I could go through all the hoops and bounds of Michigan legislation to get my concealed carry permit. However, I could just walk 10 minutes into the city of Detroit and buy an AK-47 off the street for $400.
Sure, but then we might as well legalize drugs, right? Because it's like, oh, well, people
Yeah,
are going to get them illegally
we should.
anyways.
Yeah.
On the drug subject, I still feel like there's needs to be some level of regulation, but I do believe that it should be bumped down to like a misdemeanor for most possession cases.
Yeah. No, I agree. But if we're talking about, like, drug dealing, because it's like, oh, well, I can just buy a gun
Well,
illegally.
when it's not legal, it's not regulated. So you can have all the gun restrictions you want, like in Chicago, like in Detroit. It doesn't fucking matter because you can buy a gold-plated Desert Eagle for $800 in the hood.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know if that logic is useful for helping the problem. Like, I get what you're saying, but
Well, ultimately, the few factors is like, well, we can look at fatherless homes, the gang culture in general, when it is pushed by media or music, poverty. So if we could even like work on these factors alone, there would be less crime.
I think the
Yeah.
education system too. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
just like giving these kids that live in these poor areas that if they have, like, families that aren't there for them or whatever, like, just a chance, because if they don't have it at home, at least they could get it at school and have a chance there. But a lot of these schools don't give them that either. So
I'm not sure about that because, this argument that, oh, these people are in poverty, they're poor, that's why they commit crimes. Or, oh, they have bad education, that's why they commit crimes. I think all of that is bullshit because we can point to plenty of societies all over the world who are, not to be insulting, but not very intelligent and not very wealthy, and they still don't have the amount of violence that we do.
well, they might be under, like, some kind of weird government that, like, dictates them more. I don't really
No,
know.
absolutely not.
But,
They're
like,
most of them are usually in like random tribes, like in the Middle East or in Africa. Like for
well,
example, there
comparing
are places in Africa where like there's no laws, there's no kind of regulation on this sort of thing. People are dirt poor. They're not educated at all. Yet they don't commit as much violence as Detroit, Baltimore, and Chicago.
Okay, but violence is one thing, but people usually resort to crime for money is a big reason. There's other reasons too, but people, if they don't have an education and they feel like there's no point to paying attention in school, there's no teachers that are, like, motivating them or showing them a way. And if their parents aren't doing it, then people end up going into crime to make money, because they make more money selling drugs or doing whatever than working at McDonald's or the grocery store or managing somewhere.
But
So-
that doesn't answer the
I-
question, because, like I said, there are dirt poor communities in
Well-
the world with no education. There's no strong teachers to guide them, yet they don't fall into violence.
They have a
Well,
different
the-
society, though. It's like not the same.
Exactly,
So,
and that's
Ghost-
the difference I'm pointing out.
I definitely want to squeeze this in. So there was one thing that you did point out, Ghosty, is that parents that don't care.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest reasons that I think there's issues within the gang violence and gang culture, is that there is not a strong father to tell their young son, hey, you're an idiot, stop doing that. And then you have a mother that just kind of already has been living the lifestyle within crime.
Well, oftentimes, the mother will support the criminal lifestyle upon the son.
Well, and
And
again,
if she gets, cold fries from McDonald's, she's going to tell her son to go shoot it up.
this goes back to education. So if it
It goes back to
generation,
family. It goes back
But
before
that's
education.
what I'm
Before a child is able to even be educated,
Okay,
it
but
takes
if
two parents to actually be involved.
Sure. But if those parents aren't involved, it's likely because they didn't have education, and that's why they went into the
Bullshit.
crime, and that's why they're in
Bullshit.
jail. No, you just said, like,
Bullshit.
if the dad's not there
Do you
because
really
he's doing
think,
a crime life.
Wait, so do you really think if we educated these deadbeat dads that they would somehow not be deadbeat dads?
If they were already educated and they didn't go into a life of crime and then they didn't go away to jail, then they would be there for their kids.
No. I'm not talking about crime or anything. I'm talking about deadbeat dads. I'm talking about people who leave, single mother homes. It doesn't matter how educated they are. Most of them are educated, actually,
okay, well,
in my
that's
experience.
that's
doesn't matter how.
That's different.
Exactly.
But you brought
what
up
I'm saying is, it doesn't matter how educated you are.
you brought up
going to
a
have
family where
fathers
the mom
who-
supports the father's life of crime and stuff. So I was addressing that.
No. The mother supports the son's life of crime. I'm talking about families where there is no father.
Well, I bet
And we
she
all
would
know
also
statistically-
support him if he had a great job, which he would be able to get through education. I'm
Doesn't
just
matter how
saying,
good of a job he has. Doesn't matter how good of an education he has.
It starts with the
If
kids,
he wants
and
to
if
hit
the
it and
kids,
quit it, he's going to.
It starts with the kids, and if the current kids don't have family, if we educate them, they will grow up and hopefully be smarter individuals, make better life decisions, and then raise better children
matter.
themselves.
Doesn't matter.
The
You could
thing is-
put single mother children in the greatest upper echelon schools. The odds are still stacked against them, and I'm speaking as one of them.
Um,
The
So-
children of single mothers are absolutely fucked in every way. So that's where we need to start.
I kind of understand the premise of education, but the issue that you have is how do you get them motivated to be educated? And because there are schools that exist, and there are teachers in there that actually care about their students and want to see them do better. But most of them just don't really care and are skipping class when they're like 13, 14 and just hanging out with gangs.
From my understanding of these schools, from a couple of teachers that I talked to who worked there, they weren't safe, they were underfunded, and they weren't getting paid enough. And you were right,
Oh,
none of the kids cared. And so I don't know
Well,
how.
yeah, that's true.
I think funding would help, be able to implement things, and better teachers who are able to stay there. Also, just more safety for the school, and we need more things like better coaches to motivate these kids. I think sports is actually a really good way to help get to kids, especially kids that are lost.
It's not.
I think it is. Sports has
No.
saved
all the
people's-
kids that went into sports were stupid, and they didn't even graduate.
No, that's not true, because in order to stay on your sports team, you have to make good grades.
Yeah, and they would make the bare minimum and cheat on all the tests just to get by so they could play sports.
It's better than being in the street. I'm just saying, like I
You're
know
well, you're right about that.
in a lot of
But the
these
reason they're in the
places,
street is
coaches
not
are the
because the
ones that
school is
get to the
underfunded. The
kids.
school is underfunded because they don't have the head counts. So when they have count day, the kids don't show up to fucking
A
school.
lot of it's
Oh,
based on
that's very
property
true.
taxes.
I went to school. I went to school in the hood. Okay, I went to 7 different schools from like middle school to high school in Detroit. And let me tell you, there are plenty of great educational programs. There's technology classes, plenty of great teachers, even though a lot of them don't really give a fuck. They're just waiting to retire. But that's it, there's no underfunded schools. Even in the middle of Detroit, when I graduated in 2018, every
Uh,
student had a fucking iPad.
so I could actually confirm that the funding going into schools is based off of attendance and standardized test scores.
And property taxes, at least where I am.
No, it's test scores and attendance. Trust me.
That's
It,
where
it is a lot of that.
we had a whole fucking thing on it, and our principal gave us this whole. Never mind. But at least where I am,
Well-
property taxes go into a lot of school funding.
Well, that's kind
But
of
that's
property
to pay for the property of
Yeah.
the school, dude.
Yeah, that's
If
what I
you
was
have
about
a
to say.
bigger school, you have more lights, which means you have a higher
No, no,
electric
no, no,
bill.
no.
That's why.
No, no, no.
It doesn't
If
go
you,
into the
no,
education.
no. I'm talking about if your township has higher property taxes, like your homes cost more money, your school gets more funding.
Well, but
Yeah,
here's the thing.
but that money doesn't go into the education. It goes to paying the bills.
No. It goes towards school funding.
It goes to building facilities, maintaining utilities, and maintaining the base level staff of, like, what is it? Like the maintenance crew and things like that. That is where the property tax goes into. The rest of it is comes from a state and federal level of attendance and test scores.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
So the property tax isn't going into the curriculum.
okay. Well, if that's true, then I guess that's why they're complaining about all the charter schools, which is another conversation we've had before.
Yeah. Well, the charter schools have a better economic model, and that's why they are succeed. That's why they have higher attendance, higher test scores, and that's why that they're exceeding in attendance because parents realize, yeah, I probably should send my child to this school as opposed to the bullshit public school.
Yeah. I guess like I should look into this more. I just know there's something wrong with the education system, the public education system, and I think it would solve a lot of problems personally. I don't know what those solutions are necessarily.
Get rid of it, destroy it completely.
No, I wouldn't be in favor of that. But I do think it does require reform.
Yeah.
Pretty much the reform I would advocate for is bring in more trades that could be educated in middle and high school.
Yeah, dude. Why aren't we learning like welding and carpentry in 7th grade?
Yeah, it's the thing is, this stuff is supposed to prepare you for getting a job in the real world. And now it's like everybody's built this model of you have to go to college, and we're struggling in the trades and the service industry.
Yeah.
I
Get a
agree with
liberal
that.
arts degree. You'll be working at Starbucks for the rest of your life.
We had like something where you can opt for and you could like go to they would like bus you to another place where you could like learn trades and stuff. But
That's cool.
they usually gave that to like students who were like not doing too well. So if they made that like a regular part of the program where like they put those courses as an option for all students, I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, it's based off the European model. So what they do in Europe, and they pay you to go to, they actually pay you to go to college, and they pay you to go to high school depending on your test scores. But if you're not the brightest, light in the house, they will take you and say, hey, maybe you should think about welding or building. Maybe you have other talents that we don't know about. And that's what they tried to do here. But the Department of Education in this country, which we all agree is absolutely corrupt.
Oh yeah, and well, that's where also a lot of issues come in with quote unquote funding, is that a lot of that money is going into the salaries of the board.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, look into your local school boards and the superintendents and people on the board of education, and look at them and how much money they make, how much local tax dollars they get. What do they actually do? They're not writing new curriculums. They're just sitting there.
And this
Yeah.
also goes back to parents as well, because a lot of parents aren't involved in their school, like parent PTAs or whatever and stuff like that. Lots of parents don't know
Yeah,
what's
well,
going
the
on.
FBI will call them terrorists if they do.
What do you mean?
Well, a bunch of parents showed up to a bunch of school boards. I believe it was in one of those southern states, but the FBI declared them terrorists because a bunch of parents showed up talking about the sexual materials that their children were exposed to.
Okay, well, I'm just talking about like parents being involved in their school at all, because a lot of this, I'm pretty sure a lot of these things get voted on. Maybe not by
Locally, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Like how do you guys have any ideas on how to help parents be better parents, I guess is a question, because
Adopt religion.
Yeah, no sex outside of marriage.
I see what you say. Is there any way to do it? So I think community is
No.
a big problem.
Yeah. It kind of coincides with culture.
I think we could have like community centers that are like similar to churches that aren't religion based, though. And we could
I
have
think they tried that.
like the YMCA where people get shot at every day.
No. It's something similar to a church where people show up maybe on Sundays, but it's not religion based. And instead of like a preacher, you have somebody who acts like a preacher and they just give like life lessons. And they preach and talk about like life. And then you have people there for each other. It creates a community. Maybe they have kid programs, and stuff like that.
You're describing a church.
I know, but like non-religious based, so that it could be. Well, I guess you would be against like a multicultural. I just think a religion causes. I'm
Well,
fine
plenty
with
of
religion,
religions are multicultural.
but sometimes it causes a lot of division in art. I just feel like right now, I don't know. If you don't,
Here's the
if
thing,
you
you're
say
going to
you're
cause
not
division
religious, where do
anyway.
you? If you're not religious, where do you
Let's say
go?
we set up this non-religious church where people just preach about life and their ideas about life, and it's no religion whatsoever. We're just trying to help the youth and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, not everyone's going to agree with those ideas, so that in itself is going to create division.
Yeah, I think in some weird way, with an example of Christianity, is that everybody's under the common vision that uh, they're going to be judged by God if they don't follow the rules, kind of thing. And the community
And
in
it
general is going to
spans.
hold
It
each other
spans
accountable.
all over. Dude, it spans every other genetic code. Like whether you're a white farmer in Iowa or a fucking warrior in Ethiopia, you have Christ in common.
But there's different, like the religions fight within itself, though. There's a bunch of different Christians that fight each other over who's right.
Everybody fights.
Well, I'm just saying it's not this like perfect world as you're trying to make it sound.
Well,
I didn't say it was a perfect world.
Well, the thing is, when you're talking about infighting, it's only just kind of like frivolous disagreements. It's
Yeah.
but overall, everybody that is a Christian understands that we are worshiping the same God. We just may not be interpreting the rules the same way.
Right. I have heated debates with Catholics about the Council of Nicaea and the worship of Mary and this sort of thing. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're not enemies whatsoever. We'll never come to blows.
Sure, I guess. I don't know. Is there any other solutions besides church?
I honestly don't know. This is something I've been thinking about, practically half my life, and the only resolution that I came up with, as of recently, is essentially religion and a common culture.
Yeah, other than that, you'll have to do like severe fascist homogenization.
I don't
And
really
that's what
think
I'm
it has to
really
be
worried
like
about.
that. I really don't think it has to be like that.
Well,
It doesn't, and that's why religion is the alternative.
well, here's my worry about the idea of fascism is that you have a lot of young Zoomers and eventually Gen Alpha that's grown up. The men are swinging heavily towards the right, and they're going to start picking up more fascist ideas with all this gaslighting that the Democratic Party is doing to the Republican Party.
What do you mean gaslighting?
Dude,
It,
well, telling us that we're immoral just for existing, replacing us
What?
in our own countries.
Oh, you guys say
Come
that
on.
too. You guys say that too.
But he's right about this, and I am Gen Z, and honestly, if you ask me, would I rather live under the Taliban? Like, let's say Detroit. You got two options. So Detroit is either taken over by the Taliban or the Chinese Communist Party. I would rather live under the Taliban.
and I'm mostly just telling you what I'm observing right now.
Okay.
And when it comes to Gen Z's moving into fascism, I'm actually seeing the pattern right now, and it's happening right now. All these like fascist groups that exist within the other like video platforms and stuff, they're growing, and they're growing fast.
Yeah, but see, I feel like I'm
They're
not trying
being
to
funneled
accuse
into it, and
you.
this is the gaslighting. This is the
Nope.
gaslighting
I
when you
feel
say, "Hey,
gaslit.
I disagree." No, I feel gaslit when I went to middle school and
I
learned
feel
World
like you're
War II
gaslighting
history, and
me
I
right
said,
now. Because
"Actually,
I feel like you're
teacher,
blaming. Go ahead.
I
No, no,
disagree with this
nobody's.
liberal version of history." And so my middle school teacher told me, "Oh, well, you're a Nazi then." Actually, no, I'm not a Nazi. I just disagree with the liberal worldview of World War II. But
That
according to
is.
everyone else, I'm a Nazi. So I guess, a lot of Zoomers are embracing that. Like, fuck it, I guess I'm a Nazi then.
Yeah, Ghosty, you're a very charitable person. So I'm not saying this out of your beliefs, but I have had similar experiences as well. Even when I just talk about some of my conservative leaning stances, I'm immediately being called like a fascist, a Nazi, a racist. And
Okay.
it's like, it, it just happens so often, and it's because it feels like it's the simplest argument for them to throw out because they don't want to actually engage with the conversation.
Maybe I just haven't talked with
Of course.
enough radical liberals or something like that.
Well, when you tell that to 14 and 15-year-olds that if you don't agree with liberalism, then you're a Nazi, they think, all right, well, I guess
Well,
I'm a
hold
Nazi
on.
then.
Hold on. Thinking being liberal and disagreeing with the common story of World War II are two different things.
No, they're very closely tied together.
I don't think so.
The contemporary liberal worldview is based on post World War II American policy.
Okay, but there has been this attack on the history of World War II recently and trying to change the
There
whole
Wait,
always
story.
there
how so?
always has been.
It's like the most well documented event in history.
I'd agree with that, but I want a little bit more of your perspective of what exactly has changed about the common perception.
Well, the old perception has always been,
No,
oh,
I kind of want
yeah,
Ghosty to answer. I just want to hear her
I got you.
perspective.
It seems like people are trying to flip the story and make Russia look like less of a bad part of World War II than it was. And even it just kind of seems like there's been like Nazi sympathizers recently, like, and they're trying to change the story that they were actually trying to fix problems like transgenderism and a lot of like liberal ideas. Like the Nazi world was actually fighting liberalism, and they were like fighting the good fight actually, and the history books couldn't let that be told, so they switched it around and tried to make Nazis look like these terrible, awful people when really they're not. Like, that's kind of the story I've been hearing.
You're absolutely 100% correct about that, and that is essentially why a lot of people are adopting fascism right now, is because of that. The one key is that they're actually okay with biting that bullet that this is some sort of like race war or religious war, and they believe that a common race is more superior, whereas I want to fight against that, and that's also kind of why in our beginning of our conversation I wanted to separate that division between race and culture, because I think that's where people are getting lost, is that they think it's a race-dependent thing, which is not. It's a culture-dependent thing. But it's a problem. It's a problem that's growing
both
right now.
sides, World War II was a race war on every single side. Look at the propaganda in the United States before we were even involved in the war against Germans. Like, we had seriously intense racial propaganda against German people.
And heck,
pre-World War II.
And then Pearl Harbor came, and they had internment camps for the Japanese.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I was just looking into the U.S. draft laws because they changed them recently after, and they're probably going to change them again after this Iran strike on Israel. But these draft laws were created just months before Pearl Harbor. And I just find that so interesting. Just like all the other facts about World War II, I find them so interesting.
Well,
and
World
this
War II was
idea
going
that
on.
America, yes, but America wasn't involved, and 80% of American citizens did not want to get involved in World War II until Pearl Harbor, which they provoked and allowed to happen.
I just
and so
don't think that's
when
like a
you
weird
start
time.
realizing this, you start looking into the Dresden bombing, you start looking into the peace accords that were being sent forth from Germany, and you realize, wait a second, maybe America and Britain was not the Marvel superheroes that were saving the day from the bad guys after all. That's the revisionism of World War II that's coming out now.
Yeah, and that's also what made me realize that war is just horrible, and there's no good side, really.
No, there isn't, except for a couple of the early Ethiopian crusades. There were some justifiable wars there, but everything else in modern history, there's no good guys.
I mean, there could be better guys.
Yeah, we're choosing the lesser
that
two
depends
evils.
That depends on your point of view. If you're a German citizen and you saw your whole family get bombed in Dresden, well, who's the good guys?
Oh, so another bit about the propaganda that I've been seeing recently is how Germany was like this very cohesive and magical place that everybody got along, but it's like this was the very beginning era of the quote National Socialist movement, and it's like, so they had the leftover money that already existed, and as they invaded countries, they would take their money, and that's how they funded all these riches for people. It kind of
sounds really similar, because Weimar Germany was just as politically chaotic as like 2016 America.
Yeah. I just see it as like it's a complete farce that they're advertising this, because it wasn't a long-term society, and if you ran with that kind of government for long-term, it would have essentially been what every communist nation is. They go into debt, they run out of money, and the state controls every single business and every single resource, and basically only the people on the top are going to be well off, and everybody on the bottom is just going to be dirt poor, struggling.
Yes, the fascists and the communists were both fighting for the same position of power, same position of authoritarianism. They just had different philosophical ideas on what to do with that power.
Yeah. I hope you're getting enlightened, Ghosty.
No, I mean, I'm learning some, I guess. I feel like I agree with you. I just when you okay, so like I understand. I do think in recent years the left has gone too far. I think that. I also think there has been slowly a self-realization of that, and I do feel like there have been, especially over this past year, a lot of rational liberals coming back. I think, and
I
understanding.
Yes,
this.
but when they come back, they're not really coming back, because to all of my liberal friends, they come to me and be like, dude, what, you were right, especially after COVID in 2020 and all that shit. They're like, dude, you were right. This paradigm, this leftist deep state, whatever you want to call it, yeah, they've gone way too far.
Okay,
And I'm
right,
like,
but
cool, but you're still voting for Kamala.
yeah, but you're okay. To be fair, there are people on the right that are very extreme as well. Okay,
Yeah.
and
Of course.
recently, and I feel like sometimes like you can be one of those people, personally.
Whatever. I'll take it as a badge.
Um,
I think your cat's a Nazi.
she might be. She might be. She might be Hitler reincarnated.
See how?
What?
He's being a dork.
Yeah, so okay, anyways, what were some of your more thoughts, Tiki Tack, about the debate or anything else?
So I actually don't take presidential elections seriously anymore.
Yeah.
It's so I kind of stepped into voting around when Obama was running his first term. And sure, I was very enthusiastic about it when I was young, and then I started realizing that no president has ever really held up to their promises whenever they get elected in.
Yeah.
Because generally speaking, they just constantly get blocked by whoever's in the Senate or the Congress. And most of the issues that you deal with is really just a local level issue. It's not a federal issue.
Yeah.
So that's where I literally just stopped caring about presidential elections.
Yeah, this is actually the first presidential election I've probably paid the most attention to. And that's really only because I'm streaming now, and that's just all the buzz. I politics is interesting to me, but it just honestly at this point I'm ugh, it's so tiresome because it does feel just hopeless and helpless. Except for at a local level where you actually can make changes.
And the thing is that people keep saying when Trump gets into office, he's going to be very authoritarian and things like that, and sign executive orders. And it's well, executive orders, it's still going to have to go through the Supreme Court to evaluate, and they have to evaluate if it is justified laws in order to implement, and then the Senate can overturn it almost immediately if they vote on it. It's
Yeah. I don't think
so.
And with Trump, we actually have a 4-year database to look at.
which ended with January 6th. But anyways, I just
Well, it lasted with a lot of prosperity.
and an
So another
immunity
thing-
and an immunity
well,
grant.
Another thing is that my generation is when 9/11 happened and the war in Iraq was happening, and I knew a lot of high school friends that went in there and never came back. So when it comes to this whole idea of January 6th was the insurrection, honestly, it all looks like just child's play. It's all just kiddie bullcrap that I honestly don't even take it as a footnote in history. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's like
to me.
Mohammed Atta's passport was found perfectly intact.
Yeah, it's that's the greatest conspiracy right now is 9/11 in itself. It's
Well, I've been on that one for a while. That's one conspiracy that I do buy into.
Well, that's how my old channel got deleted. So be careful.
yeah, that's why I'm not going to go too deep into it. But yeah, it's I don't know. I'm not too concerned. I'm hopeful that everything's going to die out after the election, no matter who comes in, because people are just going to be so tired after this.
Yeah, yeah.
I just think Trump, like, besides all the politics and stuff, like, I really just do think he's like more divisive than any other like political opponent. Like, I really
I
think the
agree.
debate was so chill today because like Trump wasn't there.
He
Well,
he has
first of all, I think it was because a woman wasn't there.
Oh, come on.
But but the thing is, both of the parties, or both of the militaristic factions of the far parties are full of shit. Kamala is not going to institute communism in America. She's not going to destroy the West. Although we might get into like a World War III type of conflict, considering what she did a couple months before Ukraine. And Trump is not going to create, Handmaiden's Tale. These are all like fanfic, fear porn that's being pushed on us.
What
However, I think we could all agree, voting for the president doesn't matter that much because the president doesn't actually have that much power. The question is, should the president have that much power? I think the answer is yes.
Well, yeah,
well,
you think like dictatorships are better than democracies.
Hell yeah.
I am a little bit more on the authoritarian stance as well. But aside from that, going back to voting for presidents, so how I evaluate the situation on who I'm going to vote for is which one will pad my pocket more, as in like which one will lower my taxes and raise my property value. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's like black people when they just vote on based on who's going to give reparations the most. They're voting with their dollar, or
Yeah.
their dollar is voting for them.
Or, when you're voting for all these different socialized services like healthcare or food stamps and stuff, it's
Yeah.
you're voting for your dollar.
Yeah. No, that's very
And
true.
I'm really concerned about the overlap here because Trump says no tax on tips, and Kamala says no tax on tips, and Trump says no tax on Social Security. Kamala's probably going to say that too in October, and especially in this vice presidential debate, it's like we got two guys up here who are trying to see who agrees the hardest. I think we should send everyone to Israel. I think Israel should, be the king of the world, and we should do whatever they say. They're all fighting to be like the most in the pocket of special interests at this point.
Yeah,
The
what do you think of
goalposts are
the
moving.
what do you think of the Iran bombings this morning?
I wish them well.
You wish who well? Iran?
I wish everybody well.
Yeah.
They're gonna
My
need a
my concern is that Iran does have nuclear capabilities. And I believe that this setup right now, with their current ballistic missile barrage, is they're testing the defense force. And they're just going to keep pecking at it. And if they ever see an opportunity, they may send over a low yield like nuke over. That's my thought.
Yes, they do have underground facilities where they're working on that sort of thing. And the problem is, Iran, contrary to popular belief, whether you're Democrat or Republican, Iran does not want smoke with the United States. In fact, Iran has been very hesitant to strike Israel the past year, even though being provoked for a while, because they know if they do something crazy, we're going to step in and do a Gulf War.
Yeah, they've just been
So,
funding terrorist organizations to do their dirty work for them.
dirty work, dude, they're just trying to exist. They're being dismantled from the core, geopolitically. And if you don't understand that, that's just a geopolitical crash course for you. But Israel has been manipulating the Middle East for decades now. We've been doing false flags on their behalf since the 1950s. So that Iran is really hesitant. They don't want a world war. They don't want war with the United States. They want to preserve their ideals, which is Islamism or an Islamic state. I don't agree with that, but yeah, that's their shit. And
Well, I
Israel
guess
has no
this
right
is.
to decapitate people all over the world, blow up innocent civilians. You can only do that for so long before you get a retaliation. You know, if we went into Mexico under a guise to destroy the cartels and we start killing innocent Mexicans, it's only a matter of time before elements of the Mexican government say, "Hey, America is a terrorist organization."
That's a lot to unload. I somewhat agree. And Israel is very powerful. It's mostly they're powerful with their counterintelligence. They have so many spies and insurgents throughout the Middle East, and they probably know the game on everything that's going on.
Well, they need them.
Of course. But it's I'm just kind of contributing facts to where like the Middle East stands, particularly Iran, and yeah, it's they are kind of under threat.
It's actually a
Personally,
similar situation to like Russia and Ukraine. Like people think, oh, Russia is like Loki. It's like the Marvel supervillain that just wanted to take over Europe and restart the Cold War. When the fact of reality is, NATO, Western powers have been provoking Russia since like
how?
2004.
How?
Well,
How?
first of all, we can start with 13,000 innocent civilians killed in the Donbass region by Ukrainian forces. We can start with Victoria Nuland blocking the peace deal,
Wait,
Boris Johnson
Ukraine's not
blocking.
part of NATO, though. Ukraine was not part of NATO.
Yes, and Kamala Harris tried to get them a part of NATO, and Russia said for 30 years that there was a hard line, right? Because they don't want NATO missiles on their border, just like we don't want we don't want Russian missiles on the Mexican border, right? When Cuba had Russian missiles, you know
You
what we did? We invaded them.
Ukraine has
We
Russian missiles
invaded
on
them.
their border, though.
But Ukraine is bordering Russia. So if the United States and Western allies put missiles on Russia's border, that's threatening. Do you understand that? Just like when Russia put missiles in Cuba, right across the sea from us, we took that as a threat, and it started the Cuban Missile Crisis, and we invaded Cuba because of that.
So, what do you think?
I think it's the
What is
same
like
situation as Iran. Iran,
Putin's goal?
Putin's goal is to maintain Russia, is to lead the Russian people. That's that's a noble leader's goal. I hope he follows it. I know he has corruptive elements. I know Russia is very oligarchical. There's a lot of leaders with corrupt dealings. There's a lot of warlords and stuff like that. But Putin, at the end of the day, Putin does not want a Cold War with the United States. Putin does not want to take Europe. This is like some fan fiction Marvel movie. Just like with Iran. Iran is not like Captain Evil. He's not like Galactus trying to destroy America because we have blue jeans and burger cookouts and smoke cigarettes. No, Iran just wants to be left the fuck alone.
By who? Israel?
By everyone. By Israel, by
Well, who's
us.
fucking with them? What are we doing to Iran?
Israel's fucking with them.
By
United States is kind of fucking with them too.
by having a war with Palestine?
No, Israel has sent direct drone strikes to Iran, and so has the United States.
Okay. I don't know. This Middle East problem, I personally like don't give much of a fuck about it.
That's cool.
Like
It's perfectly fine.
But that's the crazy thing, because both of the vice presidential candidates, both of them give a lot of fucks about it. That's like the main thing right now. It's the main course on the menu,
there's
because
probably some
we need a
strategic
war with
reason.
Iran. Well, the strategic reason is American people are suffering. And we're starting to ask questions about our government. And the best way to fix that is, oh, look at Iran, this boogeyman.
Ghosty, that's completely fine. It's hard to keep track of every single topic and issue that's going on in the world. So
It just seems
you have to
like
pick and choose your battles.
it's interesting to me, but personally, it just seems like kind of pointless overall. But like,
I think the only reason why I'm more committed into it is because of, the whole 9/11 situation in my generation.
right. That's like, I guess that's why our focus is mostly like in the Middle East.
Yeah, well, I'm not 25 yet. So if I get a driver's license, I'm automatically registered into selective service in Michigan, according to the law they just passed in 39 states. So this is like a life or death issue for me. I'm not just, talking out my ass. I don't want to die for another country. I don't want to die, period.
Yeah.
I'm 34, so it's not particularly an issue. Unless all of y'all Gen Z dies out there and then they have to, raise
yeah,
the age.
right. Unless they bring like a Ukrainian conscription.
Yeah, I don't know how long Gen Z would last out there either, to be honest.
I mean, we're pretty good. We got a lot of gym bros. We got a lot of big delts. We got a lot of big pecs. We got a lot of biceps, which are perfect for taking shrapnel and 7.62.
Yeah,
and guess
they're mostly
what?
used for mirror selfies, though, but...
And guess what? Just about every single vehicle is compatible with a gamepad.
True. They do
Exactly.
do that. They literally designed them for that.
I know. I hope, if World War III starts tomorrow, I hope they put me in the Air Force so I can just play
That's
Xbox
the best
360.
one. That's the best one. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves. I can hear you guys, but I have to feed my cat. She's going crazy.
That's cool.
Yeah, the cat is not only a Nazi, but it's also Bibi Netanyahu. He needs constant funds, constant food.
Yeah, that's like my dog.
Your dog is Bibi Netanyahu. No, but I was watching this guy. Bibi comes to America in like 2002 and says, "Oh, Iraq, they're going to destroy the world." He comes in 2005. "Oh, Syria, they're going to destroy everyone. They're developing nukes." He comes in like 2008 and he's like, "Oh, Libya, they're developing nukes. You got to go into Libya." Now Bibi Netanyahu comes into the United States and he's like, "Oh, Hezbollah, we're under attack. We need to strike Iran." It's on the menu. It's not like, "Oh, what's gonna happen?"
Well, the thing is, this is one of the more fascist conspiracies that I do agree with, is that Israel is wanting more ownership of the Middle East land out there, of the Holy Land. So they are propagating wars.
And the only reason they can propagate these wars is because we have their fucking back, no matter who the president is.
Yeah, it's we're their supply chain.
I think, and this is you might call this a radical right-wing fascist opinion, but I think all the death and murder would stop in the Middle East if we just stopped backing Israel.
Yeah, I think a lot of it would die down. But they would still have to deal with the Pakistan issue.
Yeah, well, they have India for that. Israel and India, they're pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have the Samson option, which is a little scary.
Oh, all missiles blow up and just last minute resort thing.
Yeah. The Samson option is like,
Blitzkrieg.
Nuclear option. Well, it's Blitzkrieg, like when they know, they're being driven out of the Holy Land. They know they have no existence, so they just take everyone else out with them.
Yeah.
It's really nihilistic and sadistic.
So is my cat a Nazi or like the leading force of Israel. Which one is it?
So when you gave them the food, when you gave the cat the food, did it go right for the food?
Yes.
Okay, and it didn't ask you, it just ate its food.
No, she's eating. Yeah, she's being good. Sometimes she doesn't do that though.
Okay, well, I would say your cat is a Nazi because, they're good. If they were anything else, if your cat was like a Zionist, they would be
Oh
in your face
Jesus.
asking for more food.
Okay. God. You guys are gonna get my stream banned.
Maybe.
We've been pretty tame. I don't think we've said anything too
I've been
harmful.
like considering not doing the second debate with Andrew Wilson because I'm gonna just get more Andrew Wilson viewers. Like I feel like all my
Well, dude,
viewers come from
dude,
Andrew Wilson's
You know
channel.
what's crazy? Bro, after you did the first debate with his wife, you got like a bunch of people over here, and it was weird because I feel like they were like Andrew Wilson, like fence/hate watchers. And they came over to your channel, and they're like, oh, look at this. Look at this pretty little girl. Maybe I can talk her up and, we could be friends.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have. There might be like one or two simps out there. There's one weird guy who comes in my chat sometimes, but I think he might have issues. But I don't know. Hasn't been too
Yeah,
bad.
sometimes I see you go live and I go into the chat and I want to say some shit that'll piss you off, and then I just see like, oh, hey, your hair is really pretty, and I'm like, maybe next time.
Yeah, it sucks. It's not too bad though. It's been pretty good. Tiki Tack's a real one.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you too.
Yeah, hell yeah. I respect anyone with a German Shepherd profile pic.
Is a cute
Yeah, this
dog.
puppy dog's right in front of me right now.
Oh.
He's expecting things. He's expecting me to say a word that I will not say.
Treat?
Nah.
You can't say it, so I'll never know.
It's the O-U-T.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. He wants to go
Yep.
the opposite of indoors.
Yes.
You can wait, though.
I listened. Oh, we have somebody else here. We have
Neat.
Melanie.
Oh, sweet.
Hello, Melanie.
Hello.
Hi, Melanie. What's up?
Good. I was just watching the presidential debate on a different stream.
I feel cheated on.
I didn't know you were
kidding.
live. You got to message me.
I'm just joking.
Yeah,
I don't get
have...
notifications for you either. It's weird, even though I have them turned on. You're shadow banned, but you don't have really any like controversial.
I know. I talk
shadow
about
ban
like
worthy
philosophy and like
You're
feminism.
like, it's so fucked up because you're
Might
like
have to
on
grow
the
a bit.
side.
Wait,
You're
how
on
big's
the
your
side
channel?
of the censors.
What'd you say?
You might have to grow a bit still, but
Yeah.
you've got an okay subscriber count, but maybe by 1,000 you'll start putting out notifications more reliably. YouTube just seems not to care if you're too small about most things.
Yeah.
I'm here because I kind of remembered that the debate was coming up, and I thought I saw something that you were going to host it, and I was like, I'll go check over, and here we are.
Awesome. Yeah, it was a last minute thing because I didn't realize it was happening till last night. So
I was on a bunch of different streams, and I was, people that agree with me. So I just tried to find one that didn't.
What were your thoughts, Melanie?
Definitely better than Trump and Kamala. In fact, the whole panel I was on seemed to agree. I think Walz could have still done better. He was at his best when he just kept attacking Trump because Vance came out the gate attacking Kamala, even for things that he should have been attacking Biden for.
Yeah.
They respect, I like the passion about housing and stuff. by that time, Walz was like, you know what, if he's going to talk past his time, I'm going to talk past my time, kind of thing. So,
Yeah,
yeah, they put up a good show.
I think there was better conversation than the presidential debate. Just like we were talking earlier, it's just like the format is really shitty.
I think the host did a good job though, because they would ask like Walz, like, you said something on this, but you seem to be going back on it or whatever. What do you think? But then they'd ask Vance something like that as well.
The moderation was
Yeah.
pretty good, I think.
The moderation was a lot better than the presidential debate.
And they managed to get through 11 topics.
Yeah. I just wish they had more time to actually like discuss. But I guess like the American people, to be honest, like don't even really care about they just want to hear the talking points, to be honest.
And NBC has to like take out scheduled programming to do this. So
Yeah.
they want it to be as short as possible too.
Yeah.
We need a C-SPAN debate.
What's that?
That
No, Joe
no
Rogan
one will
debate.
watch that.
Joe Rogan
Well,
debate.
C-SPAN. C-SPAN is like the only neutral media platform left on Earth.
Yeah, for
And
Oh.
Joe Rogan.
Okay.
How about Alex Jones?
Joe Rogan's neutral. Come on.
Yeah, InfoWars. Kamala versus Trump.
Oh my god. I would watch that just for the entertainment, but
Yep. That's all it is. It's
It would
just
be-
entertainment.
It would be the
I'd be
most watched
screaming.
stream in history.
I can't even imagine how it would be biased against Tim Walz, but I definitely can't imagine it being unbiased against him.
it would be
Yeah, C-SPAN would be great if people watched it, just because I don't even think they have advertisements. So just the time that they spend on advertising would just have been spent on discussing maybe another topic or maybe more of these topics.
Yeah, man, they're really goated. Like, if they wanted to host a presidential debate, they would get a lot of money from it. And the C-SPAN talking heads, I'm not sure what they are recently, but whenever I look at C-SPAN, it's pretty down the middle of the road.
Have you seen the montage from last week tonight, or the John Oliver thing, where they went through like C-SPAN hosts just dealing with like the absolute worst people, and it's kind of like
Yes.
they have like the straightest
Yeah.
face and they're so
Listen,
stoic.
You know what's really fucked up? I was one of those people who was trolling C-SPAN in like 2014 because C-SPAN was the first like troll place you would call in, because they were the only people in like mainstream media who would take calls from anyone. So you could just call into C-SPAN and say whatever you want. and it was pretty fucked up. But
It wasn't the only. There's
It-
another
it-
example.
it-
There's like this goth chick, and you could call into her show, but she was like badass.
Yeah.
She would like completely rip back on them, and so like even like the pervs and stuff like that. So I don't know. They're both great in their own
But
way.
I like that type of shit. Like, let people say whatever they want to say. Just keep a straight face. A lot of the C-SPAN people really hate their jobs. But
I think
I think
so
that's
long
good.
as the bullshitters don't have the mic control is what I've learned. If you give the bullshitters the mic control, then there's really only so much that having a straight face can do.
Yeah, and that's translated into, oh, we have to mute the presidents when they talk over each other. No, let them talk.
yeah.
You know, when Nixon and Kennedy debated, they talked over each other a little bit, although they were classy. They were elegant. Both of them were elegant speakers. Nixon was obviously nervous. He wasn't prepared for the camera. Kennedy was very well prepared, very well, dressed, looking, all that stuff. But the presidential debate is not a debate anymore. It's basically a town hall with two different candidates.
Well, yeah, and, like with the syndicated media thing, they're always going to have advertisements, so they're always going to be working within time slots, and so it's going to be impossible for them to let people speak over time. Because the way I kind of felt was like when they cut Vance off at first after a minute, it was like a network head came in and said, "Okay, that's we got to get to commercial at some point. We got to cut him off."
They said that,
Yeah,
yeah.
and it's
No,
interesting what
I
these
don't know.
commercials are,
Oh, okay, okay.
especially when you look into like big pharma. Wait, Pfizer is funding. I'm seeing a commercial for Pfizer. Oh, was JD Vance not just talking about censorship during that type of era? There's obviously an incentive. There's obviously a financial special interest in the picture. So
Although he did say that like losing your friends because you've become a bigot is
Yeah,
censorship, and
yeah, he
that's
did.
no, that's not how it works.
well, I mean, it is censorship in a way, but I don't have a problem with it.
I
Like
think
maybe it's stigma, but it's not censorship.
I think a lot of like I don't know, sometimes when I hear people talking about free speech, some like a lot of the times what they're talking about is they're allowed to say the things that they say, but they want to say it without getting any negative feedback, which is like impossible for the internet or just the real world. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I feel like that's
Yeah,
what a lot of them are trying to get at.
Right, yeah,
freedom of
but it's
freedom of
impossible in some places
consequences.
on the internet because you'll just get fucking banned for it. But in the real world, you can say whatever you want. You just have to be ready for the consequences. That's what I advocate for, you know. If I want to say something controversial, I'll, either piss somebody off or ease somebody into it, but
What is the president
I'm
gonna
not.
do though? Like be like all media companies are not allowed to censor
Yes, they did
anything
that.
that like
They've done that several times.
I don't know. It's like they're
It still winds up being very complicated, and it's hard to pass these bills because one side or the other will have an issue with it. If it
Not in times of war, believe it or not. Charles Lindborough.
that's not a good
Uh,
thing though. We don't want to be in times of war.
well, exactly. But in times of war, it seems like the government has the ability to say who can say what. And Charles Lindborough and other isolationists in the World War II era were silenced under this old idea. Because, Tim Walz brought this up. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. And that was the Supreme Court ruling, which I encourage everyone to look into that ruling a little bit.
It was actually
But
a commentary, but yeah, it was a commentary on the ruling. That was
Yes,
in favor of it.
yes. And the fact of the matter is that court case was used to prohibit the speech of anti-war activists in World War II and
Weren't
World
they
War
able
I
to
era.
fight that again though? There was something that
No,
came up. Oh,
it's
and I know that
still
usually the
hold,
Supreme Court, but I thought it came back into like the lower
it's
circuit.
still held up because people were talking shit like, "Hey, maybe America shouldn't be in World War II," and they were
I'll have to take
silenced.
your word for it because I'm just not good enough at case law to remember any of this.
Yeah, in case law, it's a dirty game because depending on who's in charge and what the Supreme Court says, case law is law of the land.
Well, yeah, especially for lower circuit courts where they use it more. Or is it upper circuits? Actually, I think I'm remembering it backwards. I don't remember.
Well, lower circuits can use it, but the point of the matter is when there's an emergency scenario, all the courts will use it as, an excuse to take people's right to speech away.
Why their speech? Why not their guns, for example?
Well, because, I mean, in World War II, before World War II, most of the population was against American involvement. And after you silence the people, especially
that's
with
why you brought up the anti-war
stranglehold,
stuff. I understand now.
right?
Okay.
So when people are saying, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't go to war, maybe we shouldn't be sending all our sons and daughters to die," they get silenced because that's actually what's going against the agenda.
And yeah, the war machine is definitely like they have a lot of lobbyists and stuff. They're that powerful to maybe incite something like that from behind closed doors, and that's why I'm against lobbying in general.
Yeah, but it's beyond that now because it's in both political parties. Both political parties want to censor, people talking shit on college campuses.
Or Israel Palestine especially because they almost
Right.
across the board support Israel.
Of course, and that's what I'm saying. These guys that we just watched debate, they're competing to be the biggest Israel simp.
That's definitely a take. I don't disagree. It's just one way of putting it.
Yeah. I guess that could come down to funding, which is like, I guess your point about lobbying, right? Yeah, I don't know.
There's also, like, especially from the right, like the whole like, oh, this is the biblical prophecy of the end times coming true kind of deal, which is disturbing to know is going on in the U.S. Just people believing that in general.
Yeah, I don't
Oh
get
yeah,
it.
there's a deep infiltration from the Schofield Bible to the Kabbalah of facilitating an end time scenario in the Middle East to bring about the not the second coming, but the apocalypse that saves the so-called chosen people.
Yeah, where
And
everyone is sent.
this, and to be honest, and this is where I agree with you, atheist people, when you say the factions of Christianity are kind of like a apocalyptic death cult, because they're acting as such right now.
There's a lot of paranoia and fear going along in the churches.
What do you think of traditionalists? Then, just curious, Illusion.
Well, it depends on the tradition. Like a traditionalist in America.
Let's say gender roles.
Oh, gender roles. So if someone is a
Trad wife,
traditionalist,
trad husband. It's very Christian to be a trad wife.
yeah, yeah, but like a lot of like trad wives are not actually trad wives. They just kind of like put on a skirt and take a picture in front of a cornfield and say they're trad wife.
Did you know that?
Most.
Did you know that they often open themselves up to isolation when they're in those kind of like role fulfilling gendered relationships, and when it isn't an abusive relationship, they're way less likely to be able to get help and stuff like that.
So what do you mean by open themselves up to isolation?
Well, because especially sorry, I should have said women, especially because they're expected to like stay in the kitchen, stuff like that.
Stay
The man
home,
can just,
not have
the man can
hobbies
just-
outside of the family.
yeah. The man can decide who their friends are, even in some cases. That kind of 50s vibe,
Right.
that
Right.
a lot of traditionalist Christians want to maintain.
Well, you know, this is a hot take, but I think that kind of relationship is actually 50-50.
A lot of them too,
Like-
like feel like they're betraying their partner if they're speaking to like people outside of their family about their like interpersonal relationship issues and stuff. Like they believe that's supposed to be between just the two of them, and obviously they don't believe in divorce a lot of the time. So
Obviously, how many relationships have you seen destroyed just because your friends were talking shit about them, and the people in those relationships were perfectly happy,
like
but
none.
a bunch of women.
None.
Oh, really?
None.
Really?
I've never seen that
Interesting.
happen. No,
Like I've seen
usually
maybe fights happen, but not
Usu-
relationships destroyed.
Usually,
Whoops.
oh, where'd he go? He'll come back. Damn it. But usually when I see friends start talking shit about like another girl's boyfriend, she like ditches her friend and goes harder for the boyfriend. That's usually what I see. Here, he's back. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't been pushed before I transitioned. I dated a lot of girls. I haven't been pushed out of many relationships because of stuff like that. I think maybe once in grade school, but that was a very weird relationship, so I'm not surprised it actually happened.
Okay, so after your transition, who do you date now, guys or girls?
Both. But can we stick on topic? I wanted to give you a real world example and just see what you think of this. Mike Pence believes that women should not be in the same room alone with another man. Can you sympathize with this when you say it's like 50 in the same way?
I can sympathize with it. I don't think he believes that like women should only be in the same room. He practices that. He practices that, yeah, and I think he's a smart man for doing that. That's probably the only thing. I hate Mike Pence, to be honest. Mike Pence is a warlord. He's a warmonger, but the fact that he doesn't allow himself to be in another room with a woman alone is actually kind of honorable. I like that.
But
I
he
think it's a good
also
idea.
he doesn't trust his wife to be like. Do you think that
Yeah.
distrust is like a good way to have a healthy relationship?
Well, no, it's not distrust because
Wait.
he
Can
only
she go
meets
to a
with women.
doctor? What, can she go to a
Well,
doctor
no.
if her doctor is a male?
Of
And be in a
course.
room alone with him?
Of course, and she does. That's not what he's saying. What happens is when, like, let's say a female congresswoman wants to meet with Mike Pence. Mike Pence will not meet with this woman unless his wife is in the room.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Why?
I don't think so.
What? You're working. Wait, so like if you say male or female, you're at work and your boss wants to speak to you and you're like, "Oh, nope, I got to call my husband or I got to call my wife to come into this meeting with you." Or I
Well,
guess
in
in
the
your
realm of
ideal
politics-
world, she just wouldn't be at work in the first place, right?
Well, here's the thing. In this modern world, I mean, if you're Mike Pence and you're a vice president of Donald Trump, who has tons of lawsuits against him because, Donald Trump, he didn't do drugs. He didn't do any of that stuff, but he did do women. That was his addiction when he was a young guy. So if you're Mike Pence, you don't even want to be anywhere near a position where a woman can claim you did something to her. And the best way to do that is to have another woman, especially your wife, the woman you're wedded to, in the room while you're interacting with these other women.
Well, I kind of bring it on this perspective is that when I've worked in the trades, it's primarily almost 100% men. And having a woman around kind of like turns things more into a liability in the sense that men generally get rowdy with each other and they say some pretty explicit shit because that's just, testosterone and shit. Well, women could unfortunately take that the wrong way on like some comments that happen and may lead into like harassment cases. So that's generally why you find in like these trade fields that there's really not too many women.
Are men really so unable to control themselves?
That's what I was about to
No,
say.
no,
I
no,
feel like it
it's-
comes down
No,
to
not
like a
that.
it's the
level
fact.
of
It's not that
self-control
men are unable.
and reading the room.
No. You guys, it's not that men are unable to control themselves. We control ourselves all the time when we interact with each other.
We just
It's
troll
that
each other.
women-
It's fun and games.
Women
Yeah, I know,
are
but,
unable to control their emotions when guys say something
my
that they
God.
find offensive.
It's the truth.
So, who do you think is more emotionally intelligent, men or women?
Eh.
It depends on what you mean by emotional intelligence. Do you mean like
research
emotional?
shows that women are more emotionally intelligent, which means that they're able to process and deal with emotions and act
Yeah.
accordingly.
I'm
Despite their
familiar with
emotional
those studies, and I agree with them. Women are more in touch with their emotions. They act on their emotions more. They're more in tune to
No.
their
No, they
biological
don't act. They
instincts.
filter
It's not
their
about
emotions more
yes.
before they act on them.
No,
That's emotional
they
intelligence.
actually don't. That's actually
I
what
don't
men
think you
do.
know what emotional intelligence is. Emotional intelligence is the ability to have any emotion and still have decision-making processes regardless of what that
Oh,
emotion
really?
is.
So,
Yes.
so don't you think? Well, don't you think men do that more if men
No,
have
men-
these emotional impulses to do all these horrible things, yet
Men
they
tend to
don't?
confuse stoicism with emotional intelligence.
Yes,
So
that is very
not being
true.
able
What's-
to express emotions because you feel like that might make you seem gay or
Stoicism
feminine.
is not being unable to express emotions. Stoicism is the rejection of emotions on the control of your free will.
So what range of emotions are men allowed to show?
All of them.
All of them. So men
Yeah.
are allowed to cry in public.
Cry? No, of course not. That's a
Oh, okay.
societal thing.
But no, that's what I mean. When we come,
Yeah.
But
when we come
here's
down
the
to
thing.
What's
Guess
like
what? Guess
socially
what?
acceptable?
But guess what? Men don't cry in public. Even if it was a socially acceptable thing, men still wouldn't cry in public. When there's an emergency scenario and you see a fight in the street, or maybe you see a
I see men
shootout in
cry
the
in
street.
public during that actually.
Oh, well, that's interesting. I see men being
Yeah, when they
active,
find the
and I
corpse
and
of
I
like their
see,
family members, for
well,
example.
well,
And
yeah,
if it
and you
was
can talk about those
socially
exceptions, but in most of these violent scenarios, I see women screaming and running and freezing
sure,
up,
if it was
and I see men
socially
actually acting.
if it was socially unacceptable for women to cry in public, women wouldn't cry in public.
Well, it is socially acceptable. Women do cry in public all the time, and they get a bunch of attention for it.
I don't know about
Well, they
all
try
the
to avoid it
time.
because your
I kinda-
mascara will run.
I kind of want to loop back to like my original example I was bringing up. Now, when I was talking about the idea of, in trades, men won't hire women because of liability, because of the SA cases or the harassment cases that may come up. It's actually not because of men are thinking about the woman in a certain way. If there was no woman there whatsoever, they would still be cracking a bunch of sexual jokes between each other. And honestly, it sounds pretty freaking gay a lot of times.
They would be cracking more sexual jokes. It would be
Sure,
borderline homoerotic.
that's why I talked about being able to read the room and having like a discernment for what's appropriate. Because if you're a lone female
why
in a
should we?
room
we
with
read the
30
room.
men,
Men read the room. We talk shit to each other. We make all
but you
these
don't
sexual
hire
jokes to each
women.
other.
You say you
Because
don't
you
hire women
can't read
because
the room.
she's the
Because women
liability,
cannot
even though it's
read
the
the
men not
room.
able to control
Yes,
themselves.
women are the
It's-
liability. They
it's
can't
bec-
read the room.
Sounds like
They will
it sounds like
sexual
No,
joke
sounds like
as
men
a
who don't have
sexual
self-control
harassment
are the
case,
liability.
and that's not a liability.
No,
Exactly.
no. Men just don't want to lower their level of their rhetoric. They just don't. And they just
Aw.
find it easier that it's like, oh, no women, and then we could just be guys. That's all it is.
Shouldn't you be focusing
Exactly.
on working?
Well,
We
shouldn't
are.
you? Well, what are you focused on? Shouldn't girls like be focused on like talking shit to each other and talking about their boyfriends?
No, they also want to work too.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, but in
the
those
thing is,
workplaces,
you can make
they
you
make
guys can have your
the majority
jokes.
of harassment claims.
You guys can have your jokes, but you need to like maybe understand that if there's a lone female in a room with like 20, 30 dudes, there's maybe certain jokes that you shouldn't make around her or
Okay, well,
directed
that's
towards
her
Or just
her.
not hire
problem.
or just not hire the
That's
woman.
her, right? That's her fucking problem. That's not our problem. We want to make
Are you
jokes.
really
We're doing our
unable
job.
It is a woman's
to understand?
problem.
Yeah. Are you really unable to understand what it feels like when when a bunch of men
I
do
don't
that?
care
and
what
you're
it feels like.
the only woman in the
I
room?
know what it feels
Uh,
like to be
I-
talked shit in a
Mhm.
woman-dominated
I have a
job.
question about
So-
that. Are you afraid of actually caring? Because I can tell you this much: women definitely
the
care about
most.
how they make men feel.
Well, wouldn't it be more beneficial to
okay.
keep the woman outside of that environment and just let men
Not
be
if
and
she
do their
needs
work
a
when they're most
job.
efficient?
Not if she needs a job.
Why do we need to give her
she'd
a
have to be
job
good
at
at
like
the
a
job.
small business?
Why do we need segregation to
Maybe-
protect men?
Maybe that's
Oh,
her
why-
specialty. What if she's a welder and that's her
We're
specialty and
not
she went to school
protecting
for
men.
that?
Okay, this is not like we're.
You're so uh,
You cut out, by the way.
yeah. But it's just like this woman, a woman who has a traditionally masculine occupation just can't get hired because guys want to make sexually harassing type jokes.
No, it's business to
That's
business.
kind of what you're sounding. That's kind of what you're like defending though.
I'm defending it because of people's rights to be able to run their business however they want.
Also, can men just not think of like sexist jokes to make? Is
No,
that literally the range of your sense of humor?
Generally, yeah.
I'm fine with guys making
that's what makes
jokes.
us laugh, and that's what makes the day go by a lot quicker. Is if we're just focused on our work all day and nobody's cracking a joke, it is long and grueling, and people just get
Hold on.
grumpy at each other and they get angry, and that
Sure.
so
There's
being
a
able to
difference
do those
between-
jokes releases a lot of that
Men,
anger.
There's a
men don't
difference-
group with each other based on intelligence.
There's a
or
difference
even-
between making a joke or just like cracking jokes and then like making somebody feel uncomfortable at work.
Okay, but I understand
Like you can
that.
make jokes
but
without.
But I understand.
You don't need
we
them
get that.
together.
Well, we do, but because if we're all cracking jokes and we're having a good time and we're getting our job done, but one person comes onto the job and all of a sudden starts filing sexual harassment cases on all of us, that's a
Oh,
problem.
What can you cite one example of this happening?
I don't need to because we already know
Oh.
the dynamic.
Oh, right. It's just a talking point.
Well, since you can't, I'm just gonna have to go off of what it sounds like, and it sounds like you're making her the butt of your jokes, which you should have some more respect for your coworkers.
Oh, well, maybe women should have more respect for men, but women make jokes about men all the time, and I don't have a problem with that. If I
You
became,
usually
let's
have
say,
more taste as well.
If there were a bunch of women,
I don't think so.
if there was a bunch of women
But
and one guy at a job and they were all making this guy feel uncomfortable
Yes.
at work, I would have a problem with that. I wouldn't say, let's not hire this man. I
Interesting.
would
Why not?
reprimand
Well,
the women.
Why not?
Why not?
Because he's,
Just being consistent.
Because-
Wait, but what if,
yeah.
let's say there's a woman-dominated job, okay? Like, for example, nurse assistants.
Yeah.
Let's say I became a male nurse assistant
And they were,
and I entered the workforce, and they were all a bunch of women making a bunch of jokes about men. And I filed a bunch of sexual harassment cases because they said something about my butt.
Well, somehow women are not smart enough to make the jokes about the people they work with.
Well,
Or no, maybe perhaps the courts are not lenient enough towards their sexual harassment cases. If I'm at a festival,
you don't have one
and I get slapped
example.
on the
You don't
butt,
even have an
I
example.
do.
You're just
I
making it
do
up.
actually.
These
I
are all
have a
just, like,
personal
fantasies
example.
that
I have
these are
a
all just-
personal example. Hold on. You said I don't have an example. I do. I was at a festival, okay, outside of Detroit, and a woman slapped me on the butt.
This isn't work.
And
I can tell you
well,
a
it
bunch
was
of
for-
I
it
can
was
tell you
for
a
me,
bunch of
'cause I was
situations
working
outside
there.
of work where you were
It
working
was
there.
for me. And
Okay.
a woman slapped me on the butt.
So I guess
And
they
there
shouldn't
was
have
a
hired you,
There was a police
right?
officer. No, because I got slapped on the butt. What?
Yeah,
No,
yeah, because
uh,
it can cause a
I
problem.
turned.
This is your logic.
This is your logic, and,
No,
and
this is
this is
your
why you're going so
logic.
crazy.
Oh my God.
So, a woman slapped me on the butt. I turned to a police officer and I said, "Hey, she just slapped me on the butt." And he's like, "Yeah, so what?"
Yeah,
But
that caused
if
part of the problem.
but
Yeah,
if
so
the
they
roles
shouldn't
were
have- they-
reversed,
if they
this is
never
how,
hired
this is
you.
how
Courts
men deal
either.
with each other,
That's
though.
also not the courts, by the way.
this is not the problem, though. This is how the dynamics are different, and this is why men prefer men-only environments for work.
First of all, the dynamic, I understand, I agree that there is a problem with men's harassment, sexual harassment not being taken seriously enough. But also, like,
But
I
it's not
think
serious. It shouldn't be.
a part of that
I got-
reason
I
is
got
because
slapped on the
men
butt. I
can
didn't feel
defend
violated.
themselves. Men can defend themselves. So that is part of the difference.
So you think men should?
So you
it should be okay.
so
to
you
sexually
admit
assault
men have a higher place in the hierarchy on force
illusion.
than women do?
You said it shouldn't be taken seriously. So are you saying it's okay to sexually assault men?
Yes,
Really?
What wonderful.
of course. Sexually assault me all you want. Slap me on the butt. I don't care.
Even by other men?
No, that's where I draw the line.
Oh, that's magical.
There we go.
Can I just
There
point
we
out
go.
that our prescriptions
Because
do
we're
not, do
different.
not
Because-
apply to certain
Because we're
genders?
different.
Yes, we're
Our
consistent.
Yeah, we do not discriminate based on genders with our prescriptions. You
Yeah,
very
and that's why
clearly
you're
do.
stupid, because you don't understand. Like, take for example
Damn it.
the old high school teacher MILF case, right? So if there's like a 35-year-old teacher,
Which is a
that
sexual
has,
fantasy perpetuated by porno that has the male gaze.
yeah, whatever, which is highly dominated by a certain group of people. But let's say a 35-year-old teacher has sexual relations with an 18-year-old student. That is totally different from a male 35-year-old teacher having sexual relations with an 18-year-old female
It
student.
shouldn't be. I don't think it should be.
So
It
both
is.
of them are taking advantage of someone who doesn't have enough life experience to navigate a relationship like that with a much older
Yes,
person.
In a
yes,
power
but
position.
one is really horny.
What?
That makes it even worse. That makes it more like exploitation because they can manipulate the
Yes, but who
the fact
cares?
that teenagers are hormonal.
Yeah.
Dude, if
People who
if
don't like
an
exploitation.
18-year-old has sex with his high school teacher, he's getting high fives, and he doesn't feel violated.
That's actually not always how it goes.
Yeah.
And by the way, would you say the same thing if it was a male teacher?
No, because it's
Of course
different.
not.
Because
You're a bit of a
because we
homophobe,
are
aren't you?
different.
I don't think you're a
What-
homophobe,
what-
but I think
wait.
you are. I think
What does
you
this
suffer
have
from
to?
what's known
What does
as
this have
toxic
to do with
masculinity.
gay?
Have you ever heard of toxic masculinity before?
Not this.
Yeah.
Can you describe it to me to show that you understand what it means?
No, toxic masculinity is what they say. Anything that goes against this feminist, gender-neutral worldview that tends to encroach upon this. So, like, I don't know. Let's say
Like
making
not
offensive
hiring
jokes.
women, like not hiring women because guys want to make jokes.
Well, making those jokes in the first place, you would call that toxic
Because
masculinity,
you don't
right?
know how not to direct them at your coworkers.
So
So I want to get
we're
into
not making
toxic
we're not
masculinity.
directing at our coworkers.
You had it
making
kind of
jokes.
wrong. It's not defined in respect to feminism. It's defined as men who over adhere to masculine gender roles because they're afraid that if they don't, it'll make them weak. Does that make sense?
Over adhere. Wait,
Yes.
so when you say over
That's what makes it toxic. That's what makes it toxic. Yeah.
So do you think they could adhere without
Oh,
being
yeah.
toxic?
That's healthy
Yeah.
masculinity,
Yeah.
for sure.
And
But the reason I hear
also-
over adherence, could I elaborate?
Yeah,
just
go
to
ahead.
walk them down. The reason I think you're over adhering is because you seem to think that these things are fine when a man's scoring with a woman, but they're not fine when they're scoring with a man. I don't think you're homophobe, but what I think this is like the kind of sympathetic view, like, oh yeah, as a man, I'm more masculine if I'm scoring with a woman, kind of thing. And another thing is like the kind of like the body count,
well,
and,
because
like,
you are.
high-fiving and stuff like that.
Well, he's just describing a reality of life of what is. It's
You think
like I
gay
don't think
men are
Exactly.
less masculine? Really?
Also,
No,
like,
I
Did
don't
I say
think
that?
No,
my,
I didn't say
my,
that.
I
Well, he
did.
did.
This has nothing to
Illusions
do with gay.
did.
My best friend is a gay man, and I respect him
Right. So
totally.
again,
But
like, this
you
has nothing to do with gay.
identified-
What you're talking about?
no, it kind of does, because hold on, because you
17 years
identified
old,
a problem. You
and my
identified a
40-year-old
problem.
teacher gives me a blowjob. I'm getting high fives in the lunchroom. However, if you're a 17-year-old girl and the 40-year-old gym teacher takes advantage of you, everyone's going to feel bad for you, and they should.
Okay, but the female teacher is also taking advantage of the male student.
Yes, but we like it.
You might at that moment, maybe, but like in a couple, you
no,
might
we like
change
it.
your mind. It's still being
We
taken
don't.
advantage of.
10 years
Also,
later,
by
we
the
don't
way,
change our mind.
the
We
female
like it.
the female student might also like it. She might be into that teacher,
Oh, really? Are
but
you?
she's being taken
Wait,
advantage
hold on.
of.
Careful there.
no, we don't have to be careful. We have
No,
a
that's
consistent
not-
logic.
Yeah, that's not being careful. There are female students who might fall in love with their teachers, and they're still being taken advantage of.
Yes.
same with the male.
But everyone around them. If you see a news story, 17-year-old high school student had relations with 40-year-old male gym
I've been
teacher.
seeing tons of news stories recently about male students with female teachers being arrested.
Yeah, and they're heroes in their town.
No, they're not.
No,
No, they're not. They're perverts.
Yes, they are.
This is
Illusion,
no.
may I ask you a question? Wait, actually, I kind of lost it for a second. Let me think about it again.
This is why I
Well,
call him
look,
Red Delusion.
This goes down to why can't we
You're
just
very
admit
patient.
we're different?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to roll back onto the example of like the workplace environment.
Oh yeah, no, I just remembered my question. Can I quickly ask
Sure,
it? Or
go.
So, holy fuck. Okay, I'm two for two. Just go ticky tack. I'll
All right.
try to keep it in. I'll write it down for you.
Wouldn't you agree that when you're in the interview, when you're actually interviewing people for your business, you want them to both fit the qualifications and be able to mingle with your culture in your environment you set up?
Sure.
Okay. Well, if the environment is all
A bunch of
masculinity men,
sexist.
or
A bunch of
all
sexist
women,
perverts? Why are you hiring sexist
hold
perverts?
on. Hold on. You're skipping
because
over his
females-
question,
women
Ghosty.
can
Hold
take
you're
on.
not,
jokes.
yeah, you're not letting, you're
You're
not
skipping over.
No,
Hold
no,
on.
because
Let's say-
women
no, let's
can
say-
take
no,
jokes.
hold
There are
on,
plenty of
hold on.
women who are fine with
It
being
doesn't matter about the
jokesters.
jokes. We're not talking about
Yeah.
offensive jokes here. We're talking about the culture of the work environment. So let's say, Ghosty,
Yeah,
you're
so
the
if you're not
manager
hiring women
of the
because your
Hot
culture
Topic.
is based around perverted
Okay, well,
jokes.
what if your culture is based on Hot Topic? You are the owner of a Hot Topic in the mall, right? Everyone who works at Hot Topic is an emo goth girl or guy, and they like a certain kind of music, right? Let's say a fucking MAGA Trump supporter with a camo pants comes in and applies for a job. You're not going to hire him because he doesn't fit your fucking work culture. You're not going to have a MAGA redneck working at the Hot Topic.
Well, that's
Can
for
I get this?
that might be for sales, but yeah, go ahead.
It's just
the
for
reason
any work
this
environment.
just doesn't apply along the same lines because what
I
we're
think it
talking about
does.
is that feminism or sorry, sexism shouldn't never be allowed in the workplace because we're supposed to be able to hire women in most things because women are just as capable as men.
So why
versus
don't
what Hot
they
Topic
join the
does
same?
to sell merchandise?
Why don't they join the
You
same
shouldn't be
occupations
using
at the same rate? As
sexism to sell merchandise.
Right. So like a person who works at Hot Topic and is selling the items in that store, they might need to fit a certain type. This doesn't have to do with offending another personality there. It's literally about selling
it's
the items
about
in
the
the store.
workfors.
It's
You
not like
understand you
it's not
need
like oh
labor.
my employee you're like too much of
We're
a
not talking about we're not
a
talking
pussy
about
to work here.
selling
My
shit.
employees are gonna scare you or something like
No,
that.
no,
Like,
no. It's not even about that. Although that
So
has
my
a part.
question that I wanted to ask before was why can't men just control themselves?
We do.
But no, but you
We-
apparently
we-
can't
we're
do this.
better at it,
You can't stop
actually.
yourself
But
from
you
making
clear-
jokes that cross the line into sexual harassment.
Well, what's wrong
No,
with
well-
jokes?
they're
That if you
fine.
cross-
They're
Just like-
fine if they're
just
not
like the
making
Hot
people
Topic-
feel uncomfortable.
If
Also,
I
if they cross the line
listen,
into
if I
sexual
applied,
harassment,
That's
if
what
I
I'm
applied
saying.
for
You're
a
not very
job at
funny.
Hot Topic,
That's what I'm
and I
trying to
said,
say.
hey,
It's
I
pretty
wanna
hilarious
work
for
at
all
Hot
of us in the
Topic.
group.
Yeah, because
Well, listen,
because you're not a female alone in a room
exactly.
with 30
It's
men.
the work
This
culture.
is
I
what
don't
I'm
know how old you
saying.
are.
You can be funny. You can be plenty of funny without making somebody feel completely uncomfortable. Like,
Well, that's
like
just
there,
your
I
opinion.
joke
you
around with
can,
guys.
but-
I
You
joke
think.
around with men all the time, and none of my guy friends have ever made me feel like sexually uncomfortable or worried. And we joke all the fucking time, very inappropriately
well, they
about
make
any.
Because we
100%
do
better
have
jokes
that-
without you.
And you know, the
Yeah.
more women you have,
And that's not
Everybody
even in
is.
work. That's not even at
the
a
more
workplace.
women, the more women you have in the workplace, the more chances are, because we don't want us to embarrass each other, right? So if I see another coworker freaking out that she's been sexually harassed, I'm gonna sit her down and just be like, "Okay, calm down, talk to me about what happened," right? And if it's just like a simple joke, maybe I will try to get her to understand, like, okay, I don't think they were making it at you; they just made it at a bad time.
Yeah.
You know, maybe
yeah,
they
well,
need to
guess what?
understand-
If there's no women, that situation doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
But you're making it sound like women are out to get men, and it's just not the case.
Yeah.
No.
It's really
No, we're not talking about that.
No.
We think that
And you don't
women
need
just
to
kind of
protect
overreact to
yourselves.
things.
I
You don't
honestly
need to
No,
can't even
they
think.
overreact.
I honestly
You
can't
kind of
even.
just
Men
demonstrated. You
never
just
Do you have a
overreact by
situ-
saying
can
women
you-
can't work.
no,
Do you have an
You don't think you're
example?
overreacting right now?
You just
You don't think you're
demonstrated
overreacting
It's
right
because
now.
you just demonstrated an example of sitting a woman down and talking to them and evaluating if
Based
they're
on a
overreacting.
case that
you
you're
essentially
giving.
and
You don't think that saying like, oh no, we can't make a certain type of joke, now we can't let women work around us, is an overreaction?
No, ticky tack. I
no,
seriously.
not at all.
No,
It's
Do you
because
have
it's the
do you
work
have an example of
culture.
this happening at work?
Well, I will tell you one thing.
Yes.
It doesn't happen too much because of when a woman steps around, everybody shuts their yap because they know that women can't
Exactly.
handle the jokes that are going on.
I think you just want to have a boys club everywhere but an actual boys club. You need to make
No.
your own private boys club. That's no girls allowed and doesn't keep women from accessing work.
No, I'm just describing what work environments are like. Right now, I'm sitting in a pretty freaking like game studio where it's full of mostly
We're
feminists and
describing why it would be good to
transgenders.
change that. We're describing why it would be good to change that.
Change a world where there's mostly women and transgenders.
No, it doesn't need to be mostly women.
Because
ridiculous.
that's
You're overreacting again. You're overreacting.
no, I'm not. I'm telling you what my
Oh,
work
okay,
environment is
my
right
bad.
now.
Could have fooled me.
I'm telling you what my work environment is right now.
I'll let you finish, but it seems like an overreaction.
Yeah, especially
that's
because
well, I
you said
finished.
you work in a game design,
That's it.
like tech studios. Most tech in general is autistic men.
Yeah.
And autistic men make a lot of offhand, weird comments to each other, and
Well,
that's
remember
just kind
how
of
I
the
talked
culture.
about
But when
toxic
a woman gets
masculinity?
involved,
Damn it.
it's not toxic. It's
It's not
autistic.
toxic.
Well, there actually is a version for gamers because they're not like they don't try to act tough, right? But they still try to act very like aggressive online. So it's called toxic geek masculinity. People
Yeah, but
research
they're a
Well,
bunch of neckbeards.
maybe they just want to play their video games.
Like I mean,
They can
I-
play their video games even with women around. I don't understand.
Yeah, but when I see
Yeah.
a
Are
black
all their video
woman
games
in
sexist?
Battlefield World War II, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Why is Battlefield
it's like,
sexist?
because if I'm trying to be immersed in a World War II battlefield and I'm forced to play as a black woman,
You're
it kind
not.
of removes.
You're not.
It kind of removes the.
yeah. How are you? Why are you forced to play as anybody?
Like maybe in GTA
Yeah.
where you're forced to play as a
in
black man.
Battlefield? No,
So-
you're not. Well, you're
So
forced
the
to play
problem,
for,
the
for a
problem
couple
is that
of
it doesn't break immersion because these people actually exist, and we're telling stories about them. What breaks immersion is having big tatas.
Where
that are,
was
like,
the black
size
women
K-cups
fighting
every
in
time.
World War II?
Don't you think the real breaking of immersion is that women are always like supermodels in video games? They're always princesses. They're always super like they're always damsels in distress. Isn't that immersion breaking at all, especially for women?
No, that's actually pretty true.
Oh, okay. All women have K cups. I got it.
Well, not all women, but the ideal woman, yes.
All women in video games. Oh,
But
so
the
now we're
thing
talking
is-
about ideal women.
No, but
So-
yes, because we're talking about ideal men. Have you seen Kratos?
And now we get
He's
back
a
to the male
fucking-
gaze.
Well, no, this is not the male gaze.
Oh, it's just the
Kratos
ideal
is like
woman.
it's the ideal person. Kratos,
But why is it gendered
he's a-
then?
it's not gendered. Kratos is a jacked bodybuilder. He looks super good.
Wait, so mythical
and so
beings are a different
Laura-
category. The way that
No,
women
it's not
are
a different
portrayed as
category.
opposed
They're
to men.
all
The way
no,
that
it's just
women
like
are
Hollywood. Dude, it's
the
just like Hollywood.
hypersexualization of women is not the same.
It's not
as how we
hypersexualization. It's just who
portray-
looks the best. If you look good, you're getting into Hollywood. If you look good, we're putting you in a video game.
Yeah,
If you have- If you
GTA,
have
one of the-
ripped abs, we're gonna cast you as Kratos. If you
Weird,
have
because
big
in
tits,
GTA,
you're
one
gonna
of
be
the
Laura
assisting
Croft.
male characters is not attractive at all. So, good luck with that.
Actually, he is. Trevor
Lester,
is
you think
very
Lester is
attractive.
attractive?
Oh no, not
Lester?
Lester. I
My
thought you were talking
God.
about Trevor.
Dude,
Lester is a incel,
like he's
but
got like
Trevor.
an innocent, like a helplessness to him. Well, he's not really helpless, but he
Tre-
seems helpless.
Lester-
I want to push him around.
Lester
in
is
his
pretty
wheelchair,
cute, but he's kind of a sociopath.
he's funny.
But Trevor is a real catch.
Okay, so Trevor's the psychopath. Lester's the socio. Oh no, I got it backwards. Trevor's the sociopath. Lester's the
Trevor
psychopath.
gets pussy.
Sort of.
How ideal.
Sort of. He kidnaps his pussy in the game. I don't know how much I want to count that.
Anyways, I
Anyways.
think, I honestly think like women are fine with jokes. I don't know. I just think there is this big divide in like men not even understanding women or having this idea in their head of women. I'm like, oh, I can't do this around her. Or I can't be like this around her because blah 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 blah. Like the only things you wouldn't be able to say around women in a workplace would be something completely uncomfortable and like borderline harassing or harassing.
Uncomfortable to you.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that men can be brutes, you know, and
So
there's
can
even
women.
So if a gay guy made
No, no.
sexual
But
jokes about you, would you consider that sexual harassment?
Yeah.
personally no.
No.
What if
Well, okay, that's the one time that didn't work.
yeah. That's
Well,
the first time.
yeah, we haven't discussed my
Because we would
sexuality
shoot it
here,
down.
so
We would
Okay,
we
ticky
would
tack.
talk shit back.
But you would agree
I-
that there's quite a big section of men who would feel violated if a
Yes.
gay man like hit on them.
If
or
there
made
were
jokes
a
about
couple of gay guys
yeah,
at work,
I would say they're insecure with themselves.
them. Really?
Yeah.
So just with this whole thing, like, don't
So
you
we
think you're being
shouldn't
a little bit
hire-
insecure when you say that you can't work around women?
I'm just telling you how things are.
It's not really how things are, because what we
It
actually
is.
see is that men can work around women in totally healthy environments, and what you're talking about is things that happen, like fringe examples.
I see it as an unproductive environment, having a woman around in very specific trade fields.
Because men can't control themselves?
No, it's
Oh.
Well, yes, in a way.
it's
Well, then it's
How
up
to
to men to
describe
start
this?
controlling themselves, Illusion.
Hold on. Let me
no,
have
but the thing is that when it's just a whole group of men, it's like we're able to control ourselves within the confine of the standards that we've set.
So let me ask you a question. So if there's a guy at work and he isn't enjoying the jokes that you guys are saying, you think he should just be fired?
If he brings up he has an issue, then we let off of him. We chill the frick out on him, and we just keep the jokes between
why can't
like the
women do
people can
that?
handle it.
Yeah, so why can't women just have that?
Because men do it better. So if we're making jokes, let's say
'Cause
we're
men
making
do it
jokes
better?
about gingers.
Look,
Well,
it's
we
Sexism
do.
just keeps
It's
looping
because-
We
back.
do actually.
Sexism
We
just keeps coming
mediate
back full
conflict
circle.
better.
there is a bit of sexism on this, and it's because men are trying to protect themselves from getting their lives screwed over. Because all it takes is
By
one.
making
Okay,
jokes.
All it takes is one woman to
One bad
upset an
joke
entire dynamic.
is what
Uh,
it
Save
takes.
the locker
For
room
one
talk
woman.
for the locker room.
The locker room is the workplace.
No, it's not. That's
Yes, it is.
You've never worked at a place where it has its own locker room before? Why would they be
I've-
separate?
Well,
I've worked in a
mean-
lot of different
Where do you
places, but
work?
there's
The fucking swimming
Not
pool.
all
factory.
places have that, but like
a factory's lame. I'm talking
The point-
about
the-
freaking
the point-
mechanics
the point
work and oil
being-
rigging.
The point being, if you need to be away from women so badly, go to a gym. There's something called male and female segregated bathrooms.
Dude,
or
it's
just
Or
don't
have a
make
job
big
where it's just
jokes
men.
around her. Like
Right. It's not that we need to be away from women. It's that men do these jobs. Like, for example, trash
my God.
collectors. How many trash collectors are women?
I have a female trash collector.
Yeah, a non-zero amount.
Well, I'm sure when that trash collecting woman shows up to the job, all the men shut their traps.
The real question that you'd want to know is how many apply.
I rarely see trash collectors talking during their job.
I don't think a lot of women are
Yeah.
applying for trash collecting jobs.
Okay. I think some are. I know a lot of women who are actually stronger than most men that I know.
Actually, you want to know something? I worked at a noodle restaurant in northern Detroit, and it was like a multicultural noodle thing. And I worked with a woman. She was a female, and she was actually really cool with us. She made all the same jokes. She riffed with us. We all talked our shit. But she was from Oakland, California. She was black, and she was a lesbian. So because she was a lesbian, I feel like she kind of like
You
got
didn't
our
hit on
jokes
her.
a little.
They didn't hit on her.
Yeah, I think a lesbian would be more compatible with some of the environments I would describe.
Because men can't stop
we.
themselves from hitting
No.
on women. Just admit it. Just admit it.
No,
it's not that.
At the same job, we had females. We had plenty of beautiful females that worked there, and we didn't hit on them. Nobody hit on them.
Good job.
It was just the fact that
Congratulations.
Then you're not really at that big of a risk
I'm
of sexual
disproving a
harassment.
claim that you made, and so this black lesbian woman that worked with us was cool. She made all the same jokes. She laughed with us. She was intelligent. She was witty. She made funny
Women
jokes
aren't
with
those
us.
things, just to be clear. Most
Well,
women.
for the most part, they're not. But she was an exception, and we worked with her just fine.
I don't think you've met very many women, or at least not in a way that like you got to know them.
I've met plenty. Trust me.
Are you a pickup artist? I'm just curious.
No, I'm not an artist. I'm a garbage collector.
Okay, do you like listen to pickup artistry people and do what they say? In the clubs?
They all have really bad advice.
Okay, fair enough. That line of questioning is clearly bunked. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a red pillar.
But there's red pill elements to this for sure. Just
There
it's about
are.
work instead of dating.
Well, I mean,
I'm just
depends on
describing
what you
how
mean
it
by red
is.
pill.
No, but it's not like that in many other fields of work. Your field of work is not all fields of work.
Yeah, and I'm just telling you that there's going to be some fields of work where, the dynamic is going to be exclusively men, and I'm actually okay with that.
It really doesn't need to be like that.
Why not?
It's how the
Because
business
men
is.
men can learn to control themselves when women are around them.
Or we just don't hire
Should
women.
women.
I'm just saying, like,
So
putting
should all women
putting your
limit their
jokes.
behavior if there's one male nurse?
I'm saying
You think being
putting.
discriminatory? Sorry, can I just ask this to Tiki Tak? You think being discriminatory is less of an overreaction than simply learning to control yourself?
It's not even like an overreaction. It's just a matter of
It
hiring.
definitely is. You could have fooled
No,
me.
Well, no, it's in your
it's
premise.
about
but
Nobody's being
hold on,
discriminatory.
hold on,
It's
hold
about
on,
just
hold on,
hiring
hold
for
on.
your
It is
culture.
discriminatory.
You are talking about
Look, I
your
can't
way
get
of
an answer
living.
in. You're just gonna keep talking over me.
Okay, go ahead.
Is this how it's always gonna be? Is like you just got talked over?
No, we've let you speak plenty of time. Stop being a
no,
baby.
no. It's you keep talking over whenever I'm trying to describe a point.
Not every time. Just
Yes,
finish.
every time.
This is where you
every
finished.
time.
We're letting you finish. Start.
Okay, so we already agreed that you're going to be hiring people based off of the culture that you will be inviting into your workplace, and if the culture is men, you're going to be hiring men. I don't see a problem with that.
Which workplace?
No, but hold on. Ticky tack. Because you guys were literally just talking about how you're at risk of losing your living, a way of living to make jokes when this woman's trying to get a job. So it's the same thing. You're risking her way of living in order to make jokes. And you're risking your. No, but that's what your logic is saying. Okay, sure. It's just you're allowed to do that. But what I'm saying is your logic is putting jokes over somebody's way of living. Oh, now it's working. No, because they can joke because they're allowed to make jokes. What's a joke? What's a joke? What are one of these really brute jokes? I want to hear one of these really brute jokes. I want to hear a joke that you make at work that you can't make around women that would like make her. No, I want to hear. I'm really just curious, like, how bad are these jokes? Like, how bad are they? I doubt they're anything. Well, then. I think that's the thing here, too. Look. to say something. So if you have a small business and it's like a small business and you have your own, I guess, like little environment going, I guess you're fine to be like an all-female business or an all-male business. I can understand that for some work environments. But when we're talking like broadly, like construction places should never hire a female construction worker because then the guys aren't allowed to make jokes and stuff. I think that's like going way too far. Yeah. It is technically. Sure. Sure, but the best joke, if you make the best joke, you got the job. It is a little different. It's a little different. Yeah, would you say like what if you guys make a bunch of like race jokes all day? So it's like, oh, I don't want to hire a black person because now we can't make like our racist jokes anymore. I'm just saying like that's how it sounds. That's how it's like coming off for I know, but I'm saying if you work at a place If you work at a place that happens to make a bunch of racist jokes, you guys like just make like whatever Nazi jokes all day or whatever, and then like I was like repeating myself, but it's like you work at this place, they make a bunch of Nazi jokes or racist jokes, and a Jewish person or a black person applies, and the only reason you don't hire them is because you're afraid your work productivity is going to go down because your employees can't make racist jokes anymore. Going to HR, yeah. It never happens. People don't go to HR. People don't go to HR complaining about racist comments at work. That happens often. Maybe not often, but... I don't know about that. I'd say there's probably... Because they're sexual. If they're sexual. Because there's an actual danger there. There's an actual danger. There's a difference between... first of all, there is a difference. I mean, there can be a danger with racist jokes. Okay, but if you're making sexual jokes at a woman in a workplace and there's a danger there, and you probably just shouldn't make a sexual joke towards a woman if you don't know her. If you don't know her, but she needs a job, then I'm just telling you, sure, you're allowed to do that, but you're prioritizing being able to make sexist and like harassing jokes over a woman being able to feed her family. Oh, okay. You don't even know her. First of all, you don't even know her. Why don't you? I'm just saying this is like, it's just like a little bit of entitled, like, I know you're allowed to do it, but it's just like a bit of an entitled sense of logic. Also, women deal with fucking tons of uncomfortable sexually borderline harassing situations at work all the time and don't go to HR. So the fact that you think like a woman can't handle a joke here and there is just kind of like crazy. Because I need a job. Because I need a fucking job. Especially for every specialty. But that's what I'm saying. They're probably not. If you're not making literally the most horrendous jokes ever. That's why I asked to hear one of these jokes. And you said they're not even, that's what, so what's the problem? Yeah. What's a joke you would make? Say you're at work and you guys are joking. And you think I'm gonna go to HR because of that? No, I wouldn't. Why would I go to HR for that? I would say, wow, you're like an idiot, and then just keep working. No, they wouldn't. Men do go to HR. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I know men who have gone to HR. What? I know men who have gone to HR for issues with people at work, for having issues with people at work. Plenty of them. Well, good for you. Well, good for you. Lucky you. Right, so we're just telling you that. And then you guys say, like, what? Then you guys say, like, what is the point of feminism? Or what is the point of women talking about sexism? And, well, no, lots of people will say feminism's purpose is no longer needed. I see guys out in construction worker zones making TikTok dances. I literally see that. Not most. Oh my god. Sounds like something a guy would do. Oh boy. Yeah. I know. I might have to go soon anyways. All right, I'm gonna give everybody a closing statement, and then I'm gonna go. I'm running. I just can't take these like jokes. You know, I'm too much of a female. So. All right, I'll go with who came first. So, Red, you're up first. Well, I hope not. I don't think so, but I hope not. Either way. Yes, Tiki Tack. Thank you. Melanie? Okay. Yeah, sorry cutting this kind of like quickly. I didn't realize what time it was and I have to actually like get up early tomorrow, unfortunately, like for once in my life. But yeah, no. I thank you guys for all coming up. I would like to do more like panels like this and stuff. So, yeah, I didn't know this was going to be a panel. I usually don't do panels, so I didn't know it was going to turn into this. But yeah, next. I know. No, but it was good though. It got a little heated, which is always fun and good. So thank you for coming. Thank you for coming up. I hate you too, Red. Yeah, I'm gonna message Andrew Wilson tomorrow, and get studying. So, but yeah, thanks for coming, and I don't know, subscribe, like, and all that shit, and have a good night. Bye. I mean, if you guys want to, but I gotta sleep. No, not yet. The topic is